Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Daily Roulettes Hangout stream with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. And a little later, so a few hours from now, we have a little bit of a collaboration planned with Hector and Miabyte. Miabyte? M-I-A-Byte? That's gonna be fun. I'm not joking. Still, like, not 100% sure what the plan is. But it'll be great. It'll be funny. And strange, it would be the third time that we have a collaboration with Hector. Weird that. Now, that said, hey Taldemar, hey Zaf, hey Borzane, hey Kaj, hey Aradil, hey Agent Monica, hey Tidley, hey Ilana, hey Beans, hey Seros, hey Ulna, hey Naomi, hey Brontome, hey Fila, hey Crusher, hey Ilya, hey Riftwalker, hey Gerald, hey Lucifer, hey Crab Galaxy, hey Eaterit, hey Dial Hazard, and hey Alessandro, and the Ashuki. Hope you're all doing very well. Was my hair? I got attacked by a rampaging barber yesterday. So yeah, new haircut. And thank you. But until then, we're just gonna do some dailies as usual. The way that this generally works is that I will go over to the platform over there. I'll be like, if you'd like to join me for insert roulette here, come on over to me, and then you walk over on the platform. And I will try and grab people that haven't joined me yet, prioritized over people that have had a turn, prioritized over people that have had more than one turn. Sometimes that happens. When it comes to around the 8-man stuff, we typically go like grab a team of 8, and then we do trials and normal raids, and then we just move on. However, since we are on a slightly more time crunch, quote unquote, to get everything done today, it is possible we don't get everything done. Normally, if we're a little slow, we just go a little overtime. But we'll see how much we get. After all, the real selling point of this is to have some fun with some dailies, right? I'll say, Thomas. Delane IRL. Yeah, pretty much. I'll say Mario Song. And K. Name Might. Hope you're doing well as well. Curse those barbers with those scissors. Right? Kite makers uniting. Exactly, Naomi. Precisely. Oh, by the way, that's the third time, not counting that time where Hector and I ran into each other in pulling poison posses 3 times in a row on a mental roulette stream. Now that was something. Eraser Tartarus. Which one is that? I'll say Vadi-chan. Hope you're doing well. And Chloe, hope you're doing well as well. The third intentional collab. There was the Gold Saucer time. There was Winters. And now there's today. The first one, or the 0th one, was the Pooling Poison Posses run-in. Congratulations, Chloe! Pulling Poison Posses was still the funniest collab, though. It was the most unexpected one, that's for certain. Hey, Butterfly! Right, I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of a keyboard with an analog. Oh, I think Bondi uses one of those. Right then, should we see if we can get some dailies done? So on that note, if you'd like to join me for Expert Roulette, come on over to me. Hmm. Oh, right. I can't grab 4. I can only grab 3. Trying to grab some of those that I know either miss a lot of these or I know have to go soon, so that I can hopefully get to everyone in time. Did I remove my hair and I was ganked by a barber? I was ganked in the jungle. Dang it. How do you miss that? My hair's shorter, that's true. Name Adori, hope you're doing well. Yes. Hey, Cup of Mana! Hope you're doing well.
You're a sight for sore eyes.
What is indeed a sight for sore eyes? Hey Violet, hope you're doing well.
Appreciate the help.
As long as I finally started leveling Monk for the first time since I want to say Shadowbringers, and it's so different from what I remember now. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Take care of the fisher.
Did you show your barber a picture of Zeno by accident? What? I don't feel like this looks anything like that. They took my beard too. So how does that work? Have you considered ever being bald? No thanks. I think it would look weird. Hey Faust, hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, we have the no buff comp. I can just do this. Just to be clear, I think I would look weird bald. Hey Switch, hope you're doing well. And yes, thank you so much. And then pretending to be the Exarch. That's a little bit of a jump, isn't it? Congratulations, Switch. That's awesome. That is awesome. I didn't do anything. I specifically failed to do something. What? I would like to have a. I would like to call the judge. What was that? I didn't do anything. I was out of range. You thought about doing something. Did you auto attack? I wasn't within range to auto attack. In the middle of an animation? I wasn't doing anything. And no, it does not care that you're in the middle of an animation. My best guess is that it noticed that I turned. That is my best guess. Because I was standing there, clicked Zaf, and then tried to slither and it didn't work. That could work. That could be the explanation, but I didn't do anything. I just turned. As a redemption for all the times you dash through the mechanic. But I feel like last week I also got ganked by thinking that I moved. When I did. Like, actually technically moved. Like, that one I'll give it. Like, if it catches me as I dash through it, I'll be like, man. But if it catches me for doing nothing, I call shenanigans. I would like to dial shenanigans. Hey, monster! Thinking about it was enough for my mom. Ah, yeah, the classic. You see, the trick is that there's a very high chance that what happened is that mom was just very good at guessing. Hey, Funky Honky! Hope you're doing well. No! No, I should not have started this! That was a bad idea! Come on down! Uh-oh. Basic vomit. It's your boy, Chort. He's here for a short visit. Ow. 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 I feel flattened. Give tanks this ability. Hey, Bimo! The body slam move? That'd be funny. The new tank. We all thought it would be something with shields or something like that. Actually, it's just big. They just decided wide. And of course, as a result, the new tank will be named Chort. CHT. A second void sent using job. Yeah. Do you channel Chort, or do you just embrace a similar technique to him? Say Rust. Hope you're doing well. Warrior and Shortmancer. Shortmancer. Mayhem. It's chorting time. Chort voiced by Grazia. That's a bit of a twist. Hey, Red Master. Well, obviously you can see they were there meant to transport people. It's very good at that. Any procrastinauts and Wolfkin. Nay, Seraph. This is the shortest run. Ooh. And thank you for the gifted sub, Rust. Thank you so much. They're specifically voiced as if Grahatia is doing the voice acting. Wow. So how do you want me to do this? Okay, so do your Grahatia voice. Okay. Okay, so now act as if you're Grahatia voicing this character. What? You heard me.
Carry out my will. Now for something different.
Now for something completely different. It's a cone AoE, everybody. No one expects the cone AoE. No one. Ow. Time to pull the strings. Ah! It's a cleave. It's definitely one of the weirdest sort of meta jokes in 14 is the 16 collab. It's like, you know, you could get this too. Over here. Over me. Very nice. I have heard a lot of things about 16. I will say though that I'm gonna say I don't know. I don't know if it's a game that I will play anytime soon. Oh, nice inverted hat. Very nice. But that doesn't mean that I'm gonna hate on the game for other people. If they enjoy it, fantastic. Very nice. Our son got it yesterday and has been enjoying it. That's great. Right. Do this. Oh yeah. If you'd like to join me for level cap. Oh wait a minute. Is team 2 in there? We have a team 2 in there? Thank you for the 21 months as part of the Cult of the Pig Agent, Monica. Thank you so much. Hey. Hey, Alice. I've actually seen comparisons, Alice, that in some ways it's not just if you like Devil May Cry, it's like there are specific things where it looks like there are certain moves in 16 that look like they did the classic "can I copy your homework" on some Devil May Cry stuff, which I think is pretty funny. So if you like it, go for it. You'll probably enjoy that a little bit at least. Say moose and chocolated. We have Alice and chocolated Alice. Wow. DMC 5 and 16 had the same combat director. That would do it, yeah. That would do it. Runsum says, most people who played seems to have really enjoyed it, but the talk died fast because people beat the game, so its hype died fast because it wasn't a live service game. Yeah? That... By the way, guys, that's how single-player story experiences work. Remember. That's how this works. You buy the game, you play the game, you finish the game. It's actually a little bit of a miracle that Expedition 33 continues to have so much discourse about it. Because it's also a game where you buy the game, you play the game, you finish the game, boom. You could then replay the game, but that, you know, that's the same. Exactly, Funky Hunky. It's a single player game. This is dead. No, you finished. You finished. So thank you for the resub, Agent Monica. The double-sided. Thank you so much. Nays Metricon. Right. If you would like to join me for level cap dungeons, come on over to me. Wow. Well, don't hold yourselves back, guys. Everyone saw there was exactly 3 people on the platform. I'm not gonna bother. If you see me on Fisher, it means that I'll fill. So you don't ask me what I want to play. You just choose what you want to play. Agent Monica? I mean... Could be. New Game Plus with reasons to do it. Keep the hype going. Yeah, I guess so. It's okay, Misha. I don't... just to say Expedition 33, I don't feel like there's really like a lot of reasons to do the New Game Plus in that game. Now, Grime 1, on the other hand, there's a boss in that game that is exclusive to New Game Plus, so... And that is relevant because, like, that is relevant to today's discussion because yesterday we finished Grime 2. Which, just like Grime 1, didn't ship with a New Game Plus. So we just finished, and we finished. Great game. You should play it.
Nearby that leads inside. Look for an opening.
Crab Galaxy says, wish I hadn't bounced off Grime. Well, I mean, if you already bought it, you could always try it again. I don't remember if Grime 1 has it, but Grime 2 has a story difficulty. If you found it, if the reason you bounced off was because it was too hard. It is, you know, a little bit, you know, Dark Soulsy with the, there's one difficulty. Either you beat it or you don't. It was just slow. Well, I mean, it does start slow. They do start you off with only the ability to parry. That's also true, Brontome. It is a very common thing that happens, is that people look at a game and say that it's dead because there's not a lot of people, like, logging into play. Meanwhile, it's like, yeah, it's because the, like, about this time, the general, like, most hyped players could have completed the game. So they have. Yeah, exactly, Crab Galaxy. Grime 1 has a lot of mechanics that require you to parry. So, in turn, they have made parrying a lot more forgiving than, for instance, Dark Souls might have. So that you have a chance. They even give you the option to take an ability that makes it easier to parry. Hey, go! Hope you're doing well. Oh, never mind. There you are. Do 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 over here. The almighty racket. Doink. The almighty snapshot. I don't know if Grime 1 had a story mode, but Grime 2 had story mode to make it easier. I've never tried it, so I have no idea how they make it easier. I'm going to guess that they either they just make enemies do less damage, or they make it so that enemies do less damage and swing slower. Maybe they make the parry window bigger. I can't remember if 1 had a story mode. And if it did, you may be shocked to find that I didn't use it either. In fact, my first playthrough of Grime 1, I did as a little bit of a challenge playthrough. I think I've mentioned this before. The way I played through it is that I noted that you didn't lose your money when you died. It was like, okay, well in that case I'll only, you know, level up if I die. and only once, and things like that. I'd like limit how many points I could use on passives, when I was allowed to upgrade gear. All was dependent on choosing what things I wanted to invest my deaths into. I think I finished on like 50 something deaths, and I at least had enough points distributed that I had like an endgame weapon. The problem with doing a playthrough like that is that you'll spend the majority of your journey unable to equip most of the gear you find. So you're like, oh cool, a new weapon! But it requires like 20 in a stat. Cool. I guess I just won't use it. But on the bright side, you'll have the money to buy any item you come across. Because you'll just have like a stupid amount of money. You didn't spend any of it. So you'll never be in a situation where you're like, oh man, I'll have to come back for this later when I have more money. Cool, so the only thing I heard about 16 was from a friend who doesn't play 14 saying things made a lot more sense when he found out it was made by the 14 team. Right. Well, I mean, to be fair, if he didn't play 14 either, then maybe what he meant by that is his impression of what 14 is. Or maybe it's like, well, it did feel a little bit like an MMO. Hey, Mob. Hope you're doing well. And thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that. He played 20 levels of 14 and quit because White Mage was too boring to him. I mean, I feel like my suggestion stands that it's probably what he got the impression 14 is what 14 is like. It would be a bit like I'm not even joking. I'm not making this up. It would be like if I were to play like a running game. I don't know, like, I guess it's not exactly a running game, but a game where your character runs a lot, and it's like, oh, I'm playing Sonic, and my dad is like, oh, that's like World of Warcraft. You know, where you run a lot. Yeah, I'm not joking. The main property of World of Warcraft that my father has recognized is that you run a lot in that game. That's of course a little bit of hyperbole here, but not about what my father said. What I'm maining right now? I main Paladin for Savage raiding. Misha, you should probably watch my Is Black Mage Actually Hard video. I explain the dankness of AoE rotations throughout levels in that one. But the optimal Black Mage AoE rotation roughly is Flare, Flare, Flare Star, and then an optional blank, then Transpose, Freeze, and then a not optional blank. And a blank is reapplying Thunder as needed, using Foul if available, or Paradox, Ice Paradox specifically, not Fire Paradox, Ice Paradox, if there's like around 5 targets. Or, and I'm serious, I have made the calculations, just straight up casting Fire 2.
This machine
but you should
has
typically
long
not get that
guarded
far
these
down the
boundary
list.
walls.
It's usually a sign that you spent a blank on an optional slot when you didn't have enough for the mandatory slot. Like if you don't have a lot of blanks remaining, then you just go flare star, and then you just transpose straight. You go freeze, blank. Can I white mage through all of the content? Yes, you can. All jobs are viable for all content.
Let us introduce more weaponry.
And hey, Bubbles on! And Philippe, hope you're doing well. Yeah, specifically my Is Black Mage Actually Hard video, I start by going over the
Let us see
the
what
shorthands
this
that are often used for discussing Black Mage, and then I go over a lot of random optimization tricks through levels for single target, and then I go through a bunch of them for AoE.
adaptability.
So you'll have a trick. You'll have at least one random trick that you can use to impress people in at basically any level where it is possible to have a trick. Hey, Popular Monster! Hope you're doing well. Level 70 Black Mage AoE rotation. In that one, you just have less blanks.
How
It's the same thing, but you just have less blanks, which means that you're more likely to hit that. Oh, I guess I'll cast Fire too.
For you to die here, it would save me trouble later.
Ugh. Well, that is unfortunate, Varichan. Brett says, a white mage cannot do the solo instance job content associated with other jobs. That's true. Yeah, genuinely, the jank of Black Mage AoE rotation is like the obvious stuff. The obvious stuff. At the, like, or rather the intuitive rotation. For AoE applies until level 40. Then at level 40, you have the Thunder Freeze, which I teach in my guide. Both my Black Mage guide and then other videos on Black Mage. And then you hit level 50, and then you kind of already sort of start on like a sort of cursed short version of Transpose Flare. I think in my Black Mage Hard video I called it Flare T or Flare Transpose, just to differentiate it from Transpose Flare. And then at like level 58 it kind of develops into the true Transpose Flare. Butterfly says, I love how Paradox is an AoE skill for Black Mage. It isn't. The funny thing is the reason why Paradox is a worthwhile blank for AoE on 5 targets is because Ice Paradox is free, and it does more damage than Fire 2, and is worthwhile at around that target count. The reason why it beats Freeze is because you'd have to, like, clip your G-City after Freeze, so you don't want to do that. And the reason why Freeze doesn't beat Fire 2 in that context is because Freeze would require you to clip the G-City again. But that's why Ice Paradox is good up to a certain target count. A pretty high target count, but a target count nonetheless, is because Paradox doesn't scale on AoE, but Fire 2 does. Right. Just a moment. Oops. Liaxin says Black Mage AoE feels kind of bad as a spell speed Black Mage, gotta be honest. Yes. There are points where the, like, I think I mentioned this in the Black Mage's is Black Mage actually hard video, that the priority of what things you do varies, and at certain levels there's a little bit of a conversation of it could be worth it to cast Freeze twice if you're nothing else and then just transpose. But if you have to cast 2 blanks, which is a lot more likely if you're playing spell speed Black Mage, then going freeze, 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 you know, is not gonna work. Like, that's way worse than just going freeze Fire 2 and moving on with your day. Like, if you need to double blank, then Fire 2 suddenly massively increases in value, because you get to do the good part faster instead of sitting there stalling. Butterfly says it's like saying Toxicon is a loss above 33 targets, or Holy and White is a loss on less than 2 or more than 12 targets. I think you're exaggerating a bit, because in most polls there's like 6 targets a lot of the time. There are a lot of polls where there are 5 targets, but Paradox being specifically beneficial to use as a blank over the worst options as blanks on 5 targets. But it is a little bit like that, in that, like, a single target button that is good for AoE has like a weird cutoff point. Also, hey Silver, and thank you for the additional gifted sub, Rust. Thank you so much. And yes, I did, Silver. Right. Do we have a team too? Yoshi P, make my friend list load faster. Thank you. Right, if you'd like to join me for high-level dungeons, come on over to me. So many people, I am taking notes. Enjoy your evening, Salima. Holy and White being a loss on 13 targets is quite funny. That is quite funny. That one is actually at a high enough target count where it's straight up never relevant. Hey Lotus! At least advanced will put an end to Black Mage AoE jank. Let's wait and see what new jank. I was just about to say, don't be too hasty. It might just get weirder. Wouldn't that be funny? They just go, okay, so how are we making evolved mode Black Mage? Well, transpose has to be included, obviously. How many ads are the full first pull of Mount Golg? That one would probably pass 13 mobs. I think the Giga pull at the end of Mount Golg also hits around that number. But those are like the rare exception. But that would also be specifically a point where I don't think Holy and White is actually a damage loss at any target count, is it? No, as Ham says, good luck using Holy and White there. You won't have very much white paint for that first pull. But I do believe the target count that Butterfly mentioned was in relation to just spamming the filler AoE combo instead. Back. Wow. It is funny with the Gigapole in Mount Golg, because there are not many poles in 14 that are so... I don't want to call it divisive, because I don't think that's accurate. But there are not many poles in 14 that I've seen people be so scared of that they have legitimately will attempt to force their tank to not do it by pulling them back or getting mad. And yes, I'm not joking, not making this up, refusing to heal them if they do the pull because they think it's trolling. The funniest part about that is because the pull is apparently so big that some players believe that it is not possible and they just haven't seen it happen. Yeah, infamous, I suppose, is the word. 14 players don't know how to kite, so the pull is way scarier than it actually is. You don't even need to kite anything! You just need your tank and your healer to be somewhat in sync with their cooldowns. And then you need your DPS to click their buttons. And then you're good. Zoma, the pull that basically consists of everything before the first boss in Mount Golg. Chocolated Alice says, I have done and healed that pull on all tanks and healers. I've done that pull on a level 79 Dark Knight in a random assortment of level 70 to 75 gear without needing Living Dead. That's not necessarily super impressive. Like, admittedly, that could just as easily be like, yeah, you had a really good healer. But if you can make it work by just having a good healer, then what's the problem? That sounds like a skill issue, right? It's just very taxing, is it? I mean, I'm just saying, if you pull everything, it also means that everyone can use everything. In a weird twist, as long as everyone is ready to spend everything, it's easier than doing the small pulls. You don't even need a healer if you're on a warrior. You don't need anything. I've soloed the Giga pulls in Mount Gold on stream as warrior. Synced. So yeah, you're correct. You don't need anyone. You will need to kite, as Cole mentioned, but you can do it alone as a warrior. You literally don't need anyone. Uh-oh. Even if the pull fails, wouldn't that mean that the next attempt will be easier, since at least a few mobs would have died on attempt 1? That's assuming some mobs died on attempt 1, which isn't guaranteed. But yes, if mobs died on attempt 1, it would be easier, because you would respawn with all of your cooldowns again, because 14 is like that. That's also true, Alistarlo. I think that the people that are like acting as if it's straight up trolling, there might be a case of like their first experience of the pull was someone who couldn't do it, so they just assume that it's a troll tactic, and then when they hear other people talk about it, they're like, no, it obviously doesn't work. Hail Mercy and Merfolk! Hope you're doing well. No, thank you, Merfolk. As Ellie says, like, the worst part is if the DPS are, I need my cooldowns for the boss! The classic. I only want to use my damage cooldown for the boss, because that's the scary part. Meanwhile, the scariest part of a big dungeon are the Giga pulls. Yeah, I agree, Crab Galaxy. I've been considering there's a new season going on in Fellowship. I've been playing that, and if I'm playing healer, I'll just try and do my best. And if the tank pulls like a maniac, that's when I'll figure out if that pull works or not. Hey, LTC. You know, the funny thing there, Cole, is that I feel like I've seen the I need my cooldowns for the boss type of player in WoW too, many years ago. And that's with a DPS meter. They'll just find a different way to justify it. You want to hear? Ah, yeah. People are winning on the damage on the irrelevant trash packs. Who cares about that? I'll make sure to bring the damage where it really matters. These guys are just focused on doing the most damage, but they're not putting it where it's needed. Yes, really. The DPS meter wouldn't change that. Ultimately, it's about I want a certain thing to be true. So I'll start with wanting that, and then I'll figure out how to justify that afterwards. And yeah, that's another funny one, Redmaster. Tanks that go, if I have to use mitigation, then the healer's bad. Like, it's one button. It's not about whether you need it or not. It's about you could get better. You could do more. It's not about what you need to do. It's about what you can do. There's players like that in Fellowship too. Yes. Basically just revving their engines all the way to the boss at the end. You're like there for like 20 minutes. You're like, this is a 10-minute dungeon. I was saying, there's a lot of arms length for large pulls. Indeed. I will recognize I haven't been using very much mitigation in this dungeon, but I don't feel like I've needed it. A fun fact, you probably saw it right there. The second wave of hornbills spawn when one hornbill dies. Well, Sally, you know that I've seen everything. Let's not forget that one time where someone tried to justify that tanks shouldn't be sprinting in dungeons by trying to figure out how they could justify the tanks shouldn't sprint in dungeons, and the way they actually managed to make it work in their mind was by justifying that the tank's job is to take damage. And then they didn't consider the part where that means that they're actually worse at their job than a DPS. Because the DPS would take damage better. It's so funny. Like that one will go down in the books. But yeah, genuinely, sometimes you'll hear me say that there's some weird opinions in the game. A vast majority of the craziest opinions are not something that I just made up because, well, you could imagine that, right? Or something I heard from somewhere else. No, that's someone that I've straight up met in the wild and been like, what? Hey, champion! You know, the funny thing there, Procrastinauts, is that it would be more clear DPS meter padding if they were specifically cleaving the ads while they don't matter and you need to focus the boss. But it's like a general thing. It doesn't matter whether it's someone focusing the ads that they don't need to focus or focusing the boss that they don't need to focus. There are people that, like, basically if you go in a game and decide a specific way to reward the player, if you determine that the way to know whether you're good or bad is how big your damage is on the meter, then people will optimize that. Even if it's at their own detriment. They'll optimize around that. It's a problem that we ran into with Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter didn't have this problem. Then it came to World, people made a mod that was a DPS meter, and then people forgot that there are other things to optimize around than doing the most damage. A DPS meter is really that commonplace in WoW? Alice, as of the newest expansion, DPS meters are part of the game. As in, it's not an add-on or anything. It's just in the game now. Like, there is no not having a DPS meter. You just have it. Because the game comes pre-packaged with one now. And before that, you had a DPS meter, typically. That would be one of the first things you'd get if you got an add-on. Anyway, I'll be right back. And keep going. Hey, Rhythm, hope you're doing well. And thank you so much. In the meantime, sanity restored. Pew, 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 pew. Alrighty. I am back. But yeah, just to... Thank you, Prince of Angels. Just to continue, in... Like, it wasn't catastrophically bad, but in Monster Hunter World, people got DPS meters and immediately lost their minds. In which, I mean... They started focusing entirely on who did the most damage. And you did see plenty of posts of people being like, look at the damage meter, look at how much damage I'm doing. And it's like, the longsword having done 50% of the damage. If you could see the full screen, you'd see like 3 people just seething at the longsword user, tripping them up. Yeah, I know, brace one. But in World, it was more expensive to have flinch-free one. Yes, Lex. I hope you're doing well. But they also completely ignore the part where the guy doing the least damage maybe have been using a weapon with like a status that isn't tracked as personal damage, or, you know, paralyzed the monster or stunned it, or maybe they stopped attacking, put their weapon away, ran over and trapped it. Meaning Mr. Longsword could do more damage, but all he saw was, look at how good I am. Because yeah, once you have a meter that shows that, you're winning on that. It reminds me of a, I guess, pretty old Dark Legacy comic that's like comics focused on World of Warcraft. With like the main character, Hector, I believe, is a rogue who's not very smart. And the comic, like, I can't remember exactly what it's called, so it's difficult for me to pull it up. But he you see the start of it, he's like, I'm winning on damage, and then he gets aggro and then he dies. Or rather, he gets aggro, then he vanishes, which resets his aggro. Then he gets aggro again, and then he dies. And then his raid leader, who's a paladin, named Crom, I believe, comes over and forces him to get a threat meter instead. Basically a meter that tracks your enmity. And he gets a threat meter. Then he's allowed back in the raid. One problem Crom forgot to mention. You're not supposed to be winning on that. So smash cut to next scene. I'm winning on threat! Dies. If there is a meter, you could win on it. Now, whether you want to win on it is a different story. Anyway, there's a term called patter, which means the person pads their damage. Yeah, the thing is, padding mainly means if you're like, I'm gonna, just a second. It means that you're getting the well, I know everyone knows what I'm gonna say. Don't worry, you can get on the platform, but it'll take a little bit longer because I'll finish my thought. Padding is more so if you're getting damage on something that doesn't matter. DPS meters themselves are typically not resistant to this, but logs are, because you'll have something like ads on a Savage boss in 14 where those ads happen to be deleted by a boss mechanic or something. A lot of the time, or at least sometimes, the FF logs will be set up to ignore that damage. So you padding on it doesn't do anything. And these days, people are more likely to care more about how good you were in the logs than how good you were on the meter. Because you can't tell how much damage you did exactly on the meter because raid buffs and such. Hey, Provide! I feel like I forgot something just now. Anyway, yeah, if you would like to join me for leveling roulette, come on over to me, but I see you're all already here. Let me see my list here first. I have some that got skipped over earlier. See, the benefit is that eventually we'll have gotten to most everyone. There we go. And then we'll have more spaces for the last bit. Did I get everyone's names? I believe I did. That one. Oh. Never mind. Wow. Cultist invalid command. The damage done to any feather but the first one to die is ignored. Why? Wait, what? Huh? Don't you need to kill 3 feathers? Is it so that people don't, like, greed and cleave in a weird way or something? Oh, during the storm phase, for some reason I was thinking about the intermission. Right. I don't know why I thought of them as feathers. Yeah, okay. Yeah, during the storm phase. Yeah, that makes sense. That's true. It says, I remember DPS in Burning Crusade refusing to get a Blessing of Salvation over a Blessing of Might. Not recognizing that Salvation would allow them to deal way more damage. Oh yeah, that is, you know, the funny bit is that that's a problem still, apparently, in TBC Classic. We never learned. But I can do bigger number if I have might. Yeah, but you'll just get aggro and die. Yeah, but that sounds like a tank problem. That sounds like a tank problem to me. Yeah, but we don't have Blessing of More Threat. But if we did, we'd use it. We can dampen your threat. We can't boost the tanks. So that's how it's gonna be. Come on. All I'll say to that is in Legion, my Fury Warrior buddy, he hated the Mythic Plus weeks where tanks did less aggro, just as much as the tanks did. But he could at least find some joy in it. The context is 5-man dungeons that scale, and they have like a timer on them, and random modifiers. And one of the modifiers that you could get was Skittish, which essentially made it so that tanks only did slightly more threat per damage instead of way more threat per damage. So it was actually difficult to hold aggro. And, well, in Legion, a Fury Warrior just did this. Just slapped their hand on the keyboard. And then they had done, like, 80% of the damage they were going to do in a big AoE pull. Which, of course, also meant that even in a non-skittish week, they would, like, make the tank a little concerned sometimes. But on a skittish week, what would happen is that they would sit there waiting for the tank to get, like, a lead. Then they would hit every button they had, do a colossal amount of damage, and immediately die. And then just be like, well, I topped the meters. Yeah, exactly, Crab Galaxy. That friend of mine would just, like, he would wait. And we tried, because like it was like a regular team, we tried to be like, dude, you have to wait. And he's like, okay. And then he sits and waits for like 30 seconds. Slight exaggeration. And then hits everything and dies. And he's like, look. And after he gave us that test, it's just like, you know what? Okay, just do whatever you want, man. I guess you'll just die. Hey, Jet. Hope you do we will, and thank you. Real Fury Warriors knew you had to pump a defensive before you blast and then jump out, Oh, see, you see, Myra Song, the thing is, we were doing like plus 15s and such. Like, we were rushing hard enough that we were doing gold paid runs where we'd have a player 5 that, you know, were just barely doing their part. Lex says, why do leveling roulettes if you're already maxed? Does XP carry over when they increase level cap? There are other rewards. When you're max level, you get mnemonics and mathematics instead of XP. But also, more importantly, Lex, the reason why you do leveling roulettes when you're max level is because it's fun. I completely forgot they made a bridge here. And they put that bridge there when they added duty support to this dungeon. Fun in my video game? In the year of our Lord 2026? What? The vast majority of daily roulettes I don't need. So I'm basically doing I'm doing these dailies because I think it's fun to play with y'all. That's really the justification. I don't need mathematics anymore. I have upgraded all of the relics. I just don't need them anymore right now. I mostly can use... I could collect the weekly tomes. I could use poetics still. I'm still working on getting all that stuff for the Heavensward and A Realm Reborn relics. But I don't need mathematics. So like there are rewards, but I just really want to play. And yeah, can use more gil. Why did they even add that bridge? My best guess is that the duty support NPCs are, for some reason, can't deal with it. How's the RC? There is actually something you can spend mathematics on with Emma. If you go to the Tombstone vendor in Solution 9 and choose Other for mathematics, you can buy framers for that matches every Arcadion fighter. Like framer kits. They cost like $9.50 each. So there is something. Now, if you don't care about that, then... But I found that out when I was like, do I have to buy Rain? You already got them all? Wow. Fair enough. A full stack of tome mats is like 750k. Yeah, also a way to do it. Dang it. Dang it. Now we have to sit through this again. She splash. Blip. 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 Here she comes. She's wide. Hey, Lady off. Hope you're doing well. You have spare mathematics that are still below 780 eye level, also worth spending them on augmented crafted gear. Oh yes, absolutely. That is something you can do. Maybe Zaf. I'm not actually sure. I realized when I was like, I don't have any more relics to spend mathematics on. What could I buy? And then I saw it randomly. Like, oh, well, that'll do. We can make that work. Fantastic. By the way, guys, if you are enjoying the stream, it does help a lot with a like over on the YouTube side of things. You know how with algorithms and whatnot. Thanks much in advance. I didn't have any problems, Alice, that's for certain. Like, I spent the majority of my Aether flow on energy drain, I think. I did notice there was a little trick that Alice used on the Gigapole between the first and the second boss, is that they pulled everything, hit Living Dead, Walking Dead activated, and they just didn't do anything. Just stood there for a bit. And then when there was like 2 seconds left, hit Unleash, which, you know, hits everything and heals them to full and immediately turns into Undead Rebirth. It is a, you know, speaking of DPS meters, it is a damage loss for the tank to do that, but it is a neat trick because normally Living Dead is effectively the equivalent of a benediction with extra steps in these kind of cases, because the moment you're healed to full, if you, the Dark Knight, drop back down to 1 HP, because, I mean, Undead Rebirth will protect you. It will. You don't have the ability to bring yourself up unless you kept, like, Abyssal Drain in the back pocket. Then maybe. And if your healer doesn't have anything, well, then you have a problem. And preferably, your healer shouldn't have anything, because if you're dropping to 1 HP expecting the healer to fix it, then you are basically tanking with no mitigation for no reason. Champion says Dark Knight invuln can last 20 seconds. The trap card that doesn't make you invulnerable can last 10 seconds. When that trap card is activated, that can also last 10 seconds. I don't quite know if we could say that it can last 20 seconds. That's a little bit of a truth with modifications, as we say. Anyways, up. But yeah, the way they healed to full was waiting and then hitting to get the Living Dead. Jerry buff lasts 10 seconds? No. Listen, champion. The way that it works is that the first effect, Living Dead, lasts 10 seconds. When you die, it resets to 10 seconds. And that gray buff, which is, when it's activated, is technically you can't die. When you are healed to full, it switches to the red res-looking debuff or buff called Undead Rebirth. That one does not reset the duration. That one is just whatever remained of the gray buff. It was basically added because before they added it, the way that Living Dead worked was that, you know, for 10 seconds, if you died, you would get the gray debuff. It didn't heal you anything, It just was that that you couldn't die for 10 seconds, but if you got fully healed, then you would be fine. Except, if you got fully healed in the past, the gray debuff would just disappear. Which means exactly what you think it means. Dark Knight hits Living Dead. They die. They can't die for 10 seconds or until they're healed to full. Whatever whenever comes first. And if they are not healed to full, they straight up die when it runs out. And you can also read it in the tooltip. Right there at the end it says Undead Rebirth Duration, time remaining on Walking Dead. And specifically, the Living Dead part is not invulnerability. It's just a trap card. The Grey debuff and the Undead Rebirth buff are technically can't die. In case you don't want to call that an invuln. I'll say Neo Greater and Jerobax. Hope you're doing well. Like, technically, if you stretch it out, what it means is that you could use Living Dead up to 10 seconds before you actually need it. That's true. But you're only technically invulnerable for 10 seconds. Why is this? I feel like Dynamite's invuln is too complicated for everyone to understand, and so it is the weakest, even when it could definitely be the strongest. It depends. If you need it to activate at a specific time, and it's strict enough, then Living Dead is the best one. Because, let's say a boss does, like, a combo attack that takes, like, 9.5 seconds to resolve, and you need to invuln the whole shebang. Paladin and Gunbreaker, they have to basically nail it, because if they can't be hit by a single hit in that whole barrage, well, then they'll die if they don't perfectly nail it. Either they will die from the first or the last hit. Warrior can hit it as the boss is like winding up to do the first hit, because Holmgang doesn't care about the snapshot. You'll take 3 million damage and the game will be like, well, you can't go below 1 HP. Whereas Paladin and Gunbreaker needs their invuln to change the damage number to 0, or to invuln, right? And Living Dead has the same effect as Holmgang. The key difference is that Living Dead is like there's more to it than that. But it's essentially like if Holmgang had like a 10-second grace period where it didn't activate its real timer until you actually died. Then when you actually died, it goes, oh, well, you can't die for 10 seconds, actually. And just, like, resets the clock. I do find it weird that there was that brief moment of clarity where they basically gave Super Bolide Holmgang just as a treat. Just to make sure you didn't get memed. But then cooldown would need to be higher to compensate, no? I don't know if you caught the whole conversation, Prime Dember. I'm talking about Living Dead. It's a button that literally exists. I'm basically explaining how Living Dead works by saying this is how Holmgang works. Yes, if Holmgang had a grace period on it, then it would be better than the current version, but maybe that would justify that it had a longer cooldown. Also, hey Node! Hope you're doing well, and thank you guys. It's a delayed Holmgang with an embedded benediction. Exactly. And hey, Fat Man. Right. Well, let me see here on the time. And hey, Shaq. Hope you're doing well as well. Ooh, you're closing in on the 100. Right. We'll do this. And If you would like to join me for Trials Roulette, come on over to me. I do have some names here that I've written down. Right. As far as my notes go, everyone had a turn that haven't gotten into the party yet here. So let's see. We take it from the top again. There we go. Orazane says, when it comes for Abyssal Drain when doing a Living Dead pull, how many mobs do I need for a full heal? Why would you use Abyssal Drain for that? When Living Dead activates, it will make your attacks heal like... I think like 4 hits should fully heal you with just a regular attack. You save the Abyssal Drain for somewhere else. But I guess you would need... That would mean 1,500 cure potency. You would need... 12 enemies? Abyssal Drain to do the same thing? But yeah, the Living Dead healing is so strong that even without critting, the Dark Knight will heal itself to full with like 4 GCDs. And that is correct, Day Keyboard. The Living Dead lifesteal is per target. It's basically super hyper bloodwetting, except it stops the moment you've been healed to full. Which, you know, bloodwetting doesn't do that. And that's also correct, as Alf says. You don't need to be healed to full. You just need to... oh boy. To be healed for your full HP at some point. Doink. Oh, double. Oh boy. Hit me with your best shot. Ow. Ow. The second one hurt a lot more. That's correct, Lex. And Living Dead should be able to provide that healing just fine on its own. Yeah, everybody, let's remember that dance partners learned at level 60. Hey, mister. Hope you're doing well. Ah! Do you think that chair's made with creation magic, or did they actually commission someone to make it? My chair? Oh, whoops. It's okay, I wanted an extra stack. That's actually exactly what I wanted. Yeah, see, I wanted it. Just for the lols. Just for the funnies. Guys, kill it! Chair was made with void magic. Yeah, exactly. Very powerful. It was made with manatee void magic. It's the special version of void magic. He reappeared with the damage numbers from my inner beast that I thought got eaten. I wonder if that even landed. Whoa, 36 seconds of arm's length. Amazing. Okay. Oh, you didn't use your hallowed ground, I see. Yeah, got it. Yeah. Get over here! Oh, it's not necessarily... It's not necessarily that you had to, okay? It's just that because all of your, like, mitigation, or rather all your buffs get multiplied by, like, 10, the duration. Stay in the party, guys. Using hallowed ground means that you can just safely mitigate everything. When you enter the white room, Lex, all buffs and debuffs on you get their duration multiplied by like 10. That includes the blight debuff. That's the reason why we run away, to time that out. If you keep that one, that blight debuff does like marginal damage to you and makes you take triple damage from everything. That's actually the reason why DPS can't intercept the meteors, because they take triple damage. You pull me in for normal rates, I do only have Arcadian. I think that wouldn't work. So I guess that's fair. We can grab Shack. Grab Shack. Good evening, Ham. But yeah, you don't need hallowed ground. It's just, you know, convenient. Well, item level. I don't think it was item level, but if there's anyone in the party that does not have Alexander, then it would cause problems when you have a sub 70. And a sack boy. You don't even have the raids. Yeah, that would cause some problems. I think we'll just go as this. Wow. Hey Nicholas! Hope you're doing well. And yes, it is. Thank you so much. Leviathan, Leviathan. Meep meep. Meow. That was probably the dancer buff. Well, let's just remember that... oh yeah, right, the dancer themselves could get it. Never mind. But would that do anything? Would it be interesting? I have 60 seconds of standard finish. Wow. It's quite something. Undersea quake. It's not useful, but it's I mean, you're right. They won the contest exactly on the topic that it was challenged. There was no one that asked what's the longest useful buff. The question was what's the longest buff. That is technically a discipline. And that is an important thing to consider around here. And let's not forget that the biggest barrier you can make in 14 is not the same as the biggest useful barrier you can get in 14. It yields! What is a buff? What? What is not a buff at this point? Whee. As a philosophical question. Indeed. Ah, yes, as you know, the friendship Doritos, except if you have a circle under you, then it's not for friendship. I had knockback immunity. Why did that not count? And also, this is your this is the tip to take a 10 extra step backwards when you have the knockback circle. Oh, there. I see the cast. I'm like, surely it's already there, right? Oi! Disaster! Oh no! Oh no! The greed! What was that, guys? Hey, noise tank. I was there like, that's a very, very brave limit break, and then I just see everyone go down with it. That is so funny. Someone being weird about the house? Yes, someone said that the pink house is ruining their waterfall view and that it's a huge eyesore. The funny thing is, I got this house right when this ward was made. So I've always been here. My house has always been here and been very pink since this ward came into being. My house was one of the first ones to land here. So they have no excuse. They knew that this house was here. And then they looked around and was like, oh boy, a waterfall. And then blamed my house, which would still had been a mansion. And too big for them to see their waterfall if my house was blue. The problem is that there's a mansion plot here, not that it's pink. And you see, the funny thing, that's the thing, Nomi. Their complaint is completely pointless because it would still have blocked their waterfall view if it was a different building. What waterfall? This one, Ilana. That waterfall? Which my house is blocking the view for everyone up there. Because my house big. It's also blocked by a tree. That's a good point. I was ready. This is not the first time someone has complained about my pink house that has outlasted theirs. And weird people that move into the neighborhood and then get surprised that there's a pink house that has always been here. Like, legitimately, I know this ward is one of the newest ones, but I've been here as long as the ward has. I literally bought this specific plot as the first person to ever buy it. So anyone who comes and complains will have to accept that they moved here being perfectly capable of seeing this house right there. Chocolate Alice says, scout the ward before buying a plot. Yeah. And even if they had scouted it, all I'm saying is that I can't do anything to my house that would not block their view. Thank you, Riley. Like, the thing is, this is, I would argue, unless there's an FC house that is super active, I'm pretty sure this is the most active plot in this whole ward. So I'm not gonna change anything because someone asked. Anyway, I don't think we can make more stuff before we have at least one friend coming. I think someone turned out to have gotten sick. Hey, only Mogs! Hope you're doing well. The artist formerly known as Bolonti. I see. Hope you're doing well. Chocolate Alice says, and if you didn't get the plot, someone else would have. It would have blocked the view either way. Correct. And you know what? When I got the plot, I arrived like 10 minutes after or something that the plot was like released to me. I arrived to one other person basically just, you know, doing the you know, just on the ground like, dang it, I didn't get it. The saddest part is that they knew me. They knew my channel. They were like, of all people. I got beaten to the plot by you. And they were the only other person who, like, bet on this plot. But I'm sorry to tell you, I scouted all of the plots in advance. Found every single one in my price range. And then I double-checked which one had the least competition. Before like putting my ticket in, and then there was only one other person on this one, so I went for this one because that optimized my chances. Like, I mean, they had no chance. They knew that they were the only one, which made them the perfect, the perfect target for me, essentially. Sucks. But I mean, I wanted a large specifically for us to hang out. I had a small before. If you've seen some of my older videos, that's like my old small house in the Goblet. I only wanted a large because I thought it would be a cool place to hang out for streams. And I use it all the time, as you know. Like half or more of my streams are right here. I'm pretty sure I use my housing grounds more than most players. Say Junebug, says, have you ever tried to play on controller? I have not. Crab Galaxy is as variety as me, by the way. Ah, I see. It's going to be really difficult for me to keep track of. I need, like, if your name is not literally the same between your account, like your Twitch or YouTube account and in-game, then it's gonna take me multiple times to remember. That's okay. Just saying. I'll try my best. Lexus isn't more active because viewers keep popping in? Yes. There are even times where people use this as a meeting spot without my presence. Like, people just come in. Can you have more than one house owned? Yes and no. No, your character can only own one house. Yes, your free company can own a house. And your character can own a house. So if you're the leader of a free company, you could technically, in a roundabout way, own 2 houses at once. And you can also be added as, I can't remember what it is, how they word it, as shared, and then you can technically have like 3 more that way. Well, Hello Mercy, is an apartment a house? Do you own a house when you own an apartment? Crab Galaxy said yes. I live in roughly 4 or 5 rooms in a building with over 200 rooms, Crab Galaxy. Do I own a house? do I have a room? Do I have an apartment or a house? Junebug says, well, you aren't paying rent when you own an apartment though in 14. But if you have bought an apartment, so you own it, you still don't own a house, do you? And we do like to get a bit pedantic here on the channel, but it's all in good fun. Now it says, I think some countries use the term apartment and home interchangeably because larger, denser cities sell only apartments. I see. But yeah, that is true. You can have an FC with a house, your own house, an apartment, and a room in the FC house. But I would say 2 of those are houses, and 2 of those are apartments. And in my mind, those are different things. And that's not me being like, oh, but it's because a house is better. I live in an apartment. So. Missile says we lost a ton of houses in our division a while back when the demolition came back. Yeah, that happens. I would also say it's not too bad when there is like a long period in 14 where like houses are like housing plots are scarce. People get used to like grabbing a home because there is one. So like a lot of people will like buy a plot because they are offered one, rather than because they want one. Which means that it becomes even scarcer because people are grabbing it just for the sake of it. The moment there's too much housing plots, like once you have more than you need, you quickly run into the situation that people then, like a lot of people suddenly realize that they don't actually care. They only got it, you know, in case. Like, how do I put it? Imagine that the new tank job was added to the game, but Squeenix, for whatever reason, was like, only 10,000 people can be the job at a time. So if you don't play it for like a month, we'll take away your job crystal, so you have to grab a new one. You'd probably quickly run into the situation that a lot of people would rush over to get their job crystal because it is scarce. What if you wanted one? What if you wanted one? And then you just sit on it and like just switch to the job daily so you're sure you don't lose it. That's basically the housing problem in 14. So the moment that they go, actually, never mind, let's make it 1,000,000 job stones, or let's just remove the cap, suddenly no one cares. In fact, it's possible people would care less because of the way that they'll go like, oh, well, I have spent so much energy caring, so now it like swings like a pendulum. Right, well, I'm gonna figure this thing out with Hector I'll probably still just stay live like this, but in the meantime, there'll be a little ad break situation. So, you know, manatee restored. Deep, doop, gap. Can someone tell me what the person that said something in Japanese said? Anyway, I'll just I'll mute the sound and then I'll start figuring this out. All right, sorry for the delay. It took a little bit longer to get everything working as expected. Sorry for it being in complete silence, but we finally made it work. So we had a little bit of a funny tier list idea of some things to discuss that might be fun for everyone to hang out with us about. We have a little bit of variety in people here because we have me, of course, and then we have Hector-son on cam and everything. He really prepped for us today. It's really awesome. And then we have Miabyte,
Hello.
who's there in the middle with a huge hammer. How about... I actually know the least about Mia, so how about, would you like to introduce who you are to everyone first?
Sure. Hi, I'm Mia, otherwise known as Miabyte across the internet. I am a variety streamer, Twitch ambassador, Square Enix creator, Nintendo creator, Warframe creator. I do a lot of stuff. Yeah, still working my way through Final Fantasy 14. I've been playing the game on and off since about... When did I start? Probably like 2018, something like that I started. And I am still in the post Dawntrail quest line, so I'm technically not caught up. So, yeah. That's me.
Fantastic. Cool. Would you like to go next, Hector?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Hector Hectorson. I make guides on YouTube. I have destroyed PF in not one but two separate expansions. And when I'm not making guides for Final Fantasy XIV, I'm teaching science because I don't actually do streaming stuff, really. I'm just here for the memes.
Fantastic. Yeah. I don't know if you've destroyed, but I can at least say that my team relies on your guides a lot. It's very nice.
I'd like to feel like I've had a role in shaping Party Finder for both the good and possibly the bad. I've accepted this.
Well, you win some, you lose some. On the bright side, a lot of the time I stand by it's better to agree on a bad strategy than not agree on a strategy. So even when you get it a little wacky, it's still better than everyone just going, I want this strategy, I want that strategy, and then you don't get any pulls in. I am, of course, Caetsu Chaiji. You can just call me Kai. I make job guides, I do mentor roulette, I savage raid, but I haven't cleared Lindworm yet. We just got to phase 2 somewhat recently. We're working on that. Nice. We also do a little bit of variety streaming. Did some Grime too recently. A really, really obscure game. It's very fun. And I, just to clarify for the team here, I'm both streaming to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So you would not be able to see the YouTube chat in the shared chat. But I can only do so much.
That's okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. But that is, the plan is that we're gonna make some tier lists on characters. And what's really awesome here is that I believe, as Mia said, they're working on the MSQs. They might not be super acquainted with things like most recent content. So we've avoided plans about talking about the Arcadian raid as it is, but we have a plan about the music. And Hector is less of a lore aficionado, so we can't go too deep on the deep cuts on lore. But surely everyone knows who the Scions are, right? And then we also have a tier list of jobs. Now, I think an important thing before we jump into anything is that we have to decide what we're tiering these characters on. Just on the science alone, I could imagine a few different things we could tier them on. So I guess we should figure that out before we go any further.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but as somebody who's most memorable cutscene is the one where you press X and then it says, would you like to skip cutscene? And then you go to the next one. I know who the Scions are, but there's vibes. I have vibes across the, 5 expansions we've played with them now, where we've known most of them. Some of them have come across in ways that make me love them and care about them, and others I had to remind myself what their names were before we came on stream.
Oh.
Meanwhile, when there's new MSQ, I do a stream on day 1 doing voice acting for every character that isn't voiced in the game itself. Ooh.
Me too, except for the day 1 thing.
Well, I
But
mean,
do
you have to get
voices.
there first, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But then again, I also went and made a whole additional character just to play through the entire MSQ again, because, I mean, I played 14 before I made videos, so... So I've done it all. So, just to be clear on this Scion tier list, I believe Mia found it. I double checked to see if the core ones are there. I will say that Minfilia is an interesting one when
Yeah, I don't know why
Mondrida's
she's
not
still
here,
there.
But
I don't know why she's there.
We'll get to that. Maybe she goes in the D tier for just not being By the way,
know she
spoilers,
exists
guys.
Anymore. Yeah, spoilers ahead, Chatterinos. Like, does she even exist anymore? Considering that,
That's
you know,
actually a fantastic
spoilers.
question. But
she was.
in that case, I'm going to say, I'm going to have to say, are we going to rank them based on how awesome we think they are in their story? Or are we going to how are we gonna do
I think we
this?
should
What
do
you
it
guys
based on vibes and just like argue our cases.
Straight up
for each
vibes
one.
and just,
Oh, 100%.
just
Straight up
screaming at each
vibes.
other. Perfect.
Like you give positives and negatives for your beliefs, and then we'll just take it from there.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Yeah. Well, in that case, should we just take it from the left?
Let's do it.
We have. This is Thancred. Also known as Dad Crit. You know him, you love him, Mr. Gunbreaker. I'm extremely easy to please on this. I would probably put all of them in S tier. So I think someone else can go first. Actually, I would probably not put all of them in S tier, but
Alrighty.
let's see about
Then
that.
You know what? I think Hector should go first on all of these.
Oh yeah, that's great. Well, yeah, no, I'm gonna go ahead and let's upset people right off the bat. Thancred, easy C tier. You know, he's there from the start. He's cool. For me, the issue with Thancred, it's twofold. Okay, one, Thancred to me is like 90% aura farming, and as far as I'm concerned, Y'shtola does it better. So he is just lesser when it comes to an original Scion for me. But then the bigger one, you want to call him Daddy Thancred, all that makes me think about is the stuff with Rin in Shadowbringers. And
I would say
found
that's a
it all,
positive.
oh, I found it really creepy. That's me. Every time it gave me the ick.
Well, just to be clear, when we're calling him Dad, we're specifically calling him that because he sort of he was, as some would call it on the internet, he was the dad that stepped up. He tried his best.
He is a girl dad.
Yeah. It's not a dad as in, you know, in a sexual way. It's absolutely
It's
not.
not daddy, it's dad.
No, it's Dad Crit because he's being a dad.
Well, this is new to me, because every time I've raided, anytime we do, like, some Fru, everybody's calling him Daddy Thancred. I just assumed that was his name.
Oh, well, to be fair on you on that, if you didn't know that detail with Reen, you would absolutely think, well, everyone else here means it in the other way, right? And
Yeah.
they probably did. Let's be real here. They probably did. So, but not with Reen. That one was different. That was basically what we kind of know. What it kind of seemed like happened is that he had his whole phase from A Realm Reborn to... Did he continue that all the way to Stormblood? Then he hit Shadowbringers, and suddenly he had to be a dad. So it's a bit...
Help me out with this.
Yeah?
Sorry, this is just I unfortunately skim through some of these cutscenes, so maybe I missed major details. Isn't Rin his girlfriend from A Realm Reborn, but reincarnated-ish?
Yeah, it's Minfilia, technically.
Technically, Rin is the new Oracle of Light, which is something that is connected to Minfilia, and that does indeed make Thancred have a really weird experience with that. But if I recall correctly, Thancred was not it was like he had a complicated relationship with Minfilia. But I don't think it was a dating thing. It was yeah, exactly. I see Night Stars here says he raised Minfilia. So it's like dad finding his long lost daughter moment more than anything. But because of the age difference between them, it probably looked a lot more like it's his girlfriend. But then,
Right,
to be fair, A Realm Reborn Thancred spent a lot of time, flirting with the ladies. So I see how you could feel that way. Absolutely, 100%. Anyway, I would at least say that the memes associated with Thancred should bring him at least to a B. At least IMO.
That's a good point. I'm going to show my bias here and say that I have... I personally know Peter Bramhill, who's the voice actor for Thancred. So I can't... It would never sit right with me to let him sit lower than a B.
I could swing for a B. I could just about swing for a B. Mid. He's a mid.
We'll give him a B. We'll give him a B.
I do feel like story-wise he doesn't have that much impact, and he's always kind of sidelined by every single expansion.
Oh yeah, it feels like at least since Endwalker, it feels like he just waltzes in like, oh guys, I see there's a dungeon coming up, and you know how duty support works. We're missing a person, and that person needs to be able to tank. What a coincidence I was in the area, right?
Chat is very accurate as well. Rin has two dads, Thancred and Urianger. So.
That is also true. Urianger also kind of dadded it up in Shadowbringers. Right. Well, next up we have Tataru, the whole manager of the coin purse, and often seen as almost demonic levels of power. Somehow. Thoughts, Hector?
I mean, does this one even need discussion? I mean, it's Tataru, S tier, like. Obviously, there is no clear S tier on this list. I mean, let's start with the obvious, Lala, which instant like everything else aside would have been S tier. But then on top of that, just from the second you meet her, she is the GOAT. She is just constantly the best. There's not enough you can glaze this person. So
she
good.
makes you glam too.
Very true. Very true.
Coat. She makes your Endwalker artifact gear.
I will say that if it wasn't for her as well, the Scions wouldn't be able to do what they do because she is the person behind the curtain, pulling all the strings, in charge of the coin purse. Like, without her, the Scions don't get funded. So.
Yeah. I will say a really funny one here is Cole here saying -1 for that 4 Lord solo duty where she tried to kill me. I will say if we had to dock points for that, I just want to say that that everyone would be in trouble because the duty supports sometimes just get killer instinct. So but still funny. So we're in agreement on S tier for Tataru?
Oh yeah, there was no question. Easily top.
I have no argument against it.
Here we are. Now we get to the to Blue Alizé, also known as Alphino. The twin that really needed to grow from a Realm Reborn to, well, at least Heavensward. And then beyond. What do you
I
think,
kind of
Hector?
want to dock him
Oh, sorry.
points
Go ahead.
immediately for being such a whiny little bitch in A Realm Reborn and causing issues that led to, oh god, what was the name? The Crystal Braves situation happening.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of want to dock him points for that.
He really had the classic, well, you see, the reason why the world isn't working right is because people just didn't consider this option that everyone else probably tried. You just have to choose peace. That's all you have to do as a mage. It's that easy. What do you think, Hector?
I'm gonna upset some people here. I think he might be one of the worst scions. He has been around since like level 10 quests in A Realm Reborn, I swear. I have been seeing him, and I feel like I have absolutely no emotion attached to him.
Oh.
Literally nothing. I do not care about him. There's just he's like, you know, a glass of milk with some white bread with plain margarine on top. He is nothing to me. I could not tell you a thing about him to the point where I had to learn how to pronounce his name like 5 minutes ago. I was calling him Alphanod. And I don't skip that many cutscenes.
Oh no. Poor Alphino. I mean, you're out of order, but you're right. That's the worst.
Back when I was replaying the MSQ on my alt small guy, we called the A Realm Reborn incarnation of Alphino, we called him Alphanot or Alphinope because he's that different. But yeah, I can see it. There's a lot of people saying that the whole reason why they see Alphino as so good now is because of that character arc of him being, I don't know, trying to be some hyper genius like Light from Death Note or something, and then he just gets smacked across the face with the realization that no, actually the world doesn't work like that, and then growing from it. But I do see how, like, a lot of the time it feels like his contribution is going, I choose you, Warrior of Light, and then you appear and fix it. So I can see how he's not as highly ranked, especially for someone like if you played through A Realm Reborn and didn't pay attention at all. So your starting point is like, I don't know, Heavensward or Stormblood or even Shadowbringers Alphino. Then he hasn't grown that much. He's just, you know, stayed the course. And then I can see it. Where do we place that? At a C?
I think C feels right. There is at least one glaringly lesser scion in my mind that has D tier calling to them, but I think C tier feels about right.
Yeah, I think C is not a terrible place to put Alphino.
You know, I just want to add one last thing from Calder here. That says he pulls the most weight diplomatically out of the science, which is all story and no gameplay, but partially off screen. Yeah, that does make him not that interesting on screen, and it also means that I think Alphino may have a large percentage of his dialogue played to machinations and no voice acting.
Yeah, maybe it's me playing the game off and on over the last several years, but I just can't remember the last impactful thing he actually did.
Do you know what Machinations is? Would you like to know what Machinations is? It's a song.
You'd hear it and you'd be like, oh, Machinations.
Let me just find you Machinations. I used to call it Wolf's Den Pierre because... Are you ready, everybody, for Machinations?
I could be wrong with my stats, but I want to say it plays over roughly 90% of the cutscenes in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Every time they just have, okay, well, time to explain what's going on here. It happens. It comes in swinging with machinations. This is it. This is machinations.
Very,
Yeah,
very nice.
Machinations is my cue to hit the skip cutscene button. That's I'd say I've watched.
I hear the first note of machinations, and I immediately go, "All right, my turn to speak, I guess." It is so bad that if you ever hear conversations where people are like 14 needs new music for their cutscenes, I think most of the time what they mean is we need something to replace this. Specifically, we need a new all-right tactics meeting, guys.
Ooh, Machinations 2. Machinations remix. Machinations Pulse remix.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Are you ready for the dubstep remix?
Just replace it with a long fall every time, and I'll be very engaged.
I feel like the Primals could do a killer version of this.
Oh, probably. Right then, next up we have Red Alphino, also known as Alice. Would you like to start this time, Hector?
Yeah. Well, so this is, I mean, for two that are twins, they couldn't be more different. For me, Alice is one of the signs that comes through as just so cool, so much personality, don't want to mess with her, and I know this without knowing anything that she's done in the plot because she just oozes personality. For me, I'd be looking at like an A tier for Alice. Just better Alphino.
Yeah.
I'm
I would
inclined to agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A? Just make it. Did I
She's
hear it
a-
right? Did you say A?
Yeah, I do
you said
A.
that, yeah.
I don't want to just not S because not Lala, but otherwise, yeah, really strong. Man. No
Right.
bias there.
I just want to add. Now, you might not know this. Did you know that in duty support and in trusts, these characters that are in the duties actually have personalities that mean that they play in specific ways? As in, there are like small quirks to them. For example, if you put Alphino and Alice in the same party, and you're low health, but Alice is also low health, Alphino will heal Alice first.
Wow. I did not know
did
that.
not know that.
It maybe not that specific, but he will prioritize helping her over others. Another example I've heard is that Y'shtola has a higher consistency at doing mechanics correctly. Because she's obviously the gamer.
That's wild.
But she's also more likely to, I think I heard something about her being more likely to get hit by non-magical attacks. Because she can't see them.
That would track.
Hmm.
Wait,
Oh,
so
no.
I don't do trusts because I find them too slow for me. But so Alphino healing Alice first makes sense to me. That fits with what I know about his personality. So then Alice, I'm presuming, is the one who instigates the vote kick on Alphino when they see that he's not doing any DPS. Yeah?
Well, what I can say is that I think that she is equally more likely to bother to use the cure if Alphino is low. But more importantly, she is capable of frame 1 LBing. If you put Alice in your party, you don't get to limit break.
Yeah.
Because there will be nothing left but a smoking crater.
Oh, I love being blinded.
You know, the weird part is that her limit break, I don't know if it is in Shadowbringers, but at least from Endwalker onward, is like a super resolution. You know, the final step of the Red Mage combo.
Interesting. I had not seen that.
Weird. I believe.
I will say. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
Alice, as a character in herself, I think she has some of the most impactful, like, interactions in the story.
Yes.
Like, in Shadowbringers alone, her interacting with the, I can't remember what the encampment's called. It's like the encampment in the desert. where
yes.
the children are slowly being turned into.
Isn't it called The Inn at Journey's End or something like that?
Yeah. I believe that's right. But like the whole thing with her, and like everyone's being turned, and she's just trying to do her best. It's so sad.
Yeah, let's see Ragnarokia over on YouTube here says, I heard a rumor that Y'shtola fails a lot more in Vanaspati due to the ether being tainted in the dungeon, so she can't see. And Mistel says that's correct. So, yeah. Really weird with Y'shtola. Anyway, I think we agree on an A tier for LSA.
Definitely A tier.
Sure.
Yeah. Next up, we have the Azure Dragoon Estinian. Just gonna put out from myself here that I think that he's hilarious because he is very, very relatable, I think, for players that skip cutscenes.
Weird that you would say that, because of all of the signs that I feel sort of kindred spirit with, it would have been Estinian. Easily.
Yeah.
100%. He's my boy. And I don't want to come off as vapid or shallow, but would it be wrong to put him S tier because he's hot?
No.
Okay, good. All right, now then, yeah, no. S tier.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, if we said no, you could have just found like, no, well, I mean, he's also really smart when you think about it. And he's really strong, which is a really good quality to have as a Scion. You know. Oh, I can't give him points for being hot. Well.
To me, he feels like, and this is gonna sound weird. He feels like the Shadow the Hedgehog of Final Fantasy XIV.
Yes.
Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, that's wow. No, you've like awoken something in me with that. I don't know how to respond.
Chaos control.
Like he just shows up, does the cool thing, and then just goes away again. Or we have some comical moments of him getting taken for everything when he goes to the market. So
yeah, it turns out that he did not put any points in finance responsibility when I didn't even know that was an option. Well, that also makes sense with his character. As I understand, the Azure Dragoon are basically given anything they need to do their job, so he would obviously have gone a large part of his life never needing to consider what things cost.
that is
It
true.
makes sense he'd be like that. But yeah, he is the perfect stand-in for the I just want to fight things player. I could agree on the S tier is also pretty funny because that means that we have the most and the least financially responsible in S tier. Somehow that's the quality that we care about. How financially responsible are you? The more in the middle you are, the further down the list you go.
It's the peak and the valley. That's it. Like
Yeah.
you see a graph.
Yeah. that it is funny because that kind of works. Because there was that whole thing in Stormblood where Alphinaud just went like, yeah, we'll buy the samurai sword. How much can it cost? Just pay the price the guy said. And Tataru lost her mind. So Alphinaud has learned some financial responsibility since, which of course means that he's perfectly in the middle, which of course means that he's sort of C tier. On that note, next up, we have Grahatia, Mr. Catboy. Funny story, when I took a break between getting into the game in Stormblood and then Shadowbringer, like just before Shadowbringers came out, and I did like some of Crystal Tower, because, there was a blue quest with a plus on it, And I was like, because at the time you didn't actually have to do the Crystal Tower to progress the Shadowbringers MSQ. So like they were like, you know, the big reveal. Ooh, it's this guy, and I'm sitting there like, who's this? He looks cool, but who is this?
That was my exact experience. Like, Shadowbringers was the first. I zoned out a little bit in Stormblood, but Shadowbringers had me hooked, and I'm like, God, who is the Crystal Exarch? No, they've fallen. They're finally gonna reveal it. It's a cat.
It's
And everybody's-
Johnson Smith. You know,
Oh,
Johnson
him.
Smith from the start.
Now, I'm curious. I hear so many other people talk about how much they love Grahatia, and I can't help but hold him personally responsible for the disappointment I felt for that reveal, and so he has just never grown on me. He is always just the who are you that ruined my Shadowbringers reveal.
Aw.
Well, I don't think you can hold that against Graha himself. I think that's more
Yeah, I
the dev's
can, and I will.
responsibility for putting it in a random ass side quest post Realm Reborn. Having played that before, I did Shadowbringers. Like, from the moment he stepped out, I was like, yeah, this is that guy. The whole time. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah,
who's
like,
supposed
when
to
I-
be? What's that guy?
When I redid the MSQ on my alt, I was like, oh wow, it's very obvious, isn't it?
It's incredibly obvious that it's him. Yeah. Are we
But-
counting like the Crystal Exarch's actions towards Graha as a character though? Because he has those memories, doesn't
I
he?
mean, I think it counts as the same character. Like, to take note
Yeah.
that as you said, it's just like he has the memories. He did those things, and that also means, like, speaking to his character, that he would have done it again, presumably, because the Crystal Exarch is Rahatia from the future. Without those memories, presumably.
I will
because of
actually
timing
potentially
and stuff.
try and fight to have him as high as possible, because he has done more than any other Scion, other than the Warrior of Light, to save the world through his own actions. I will argue that he's done more than anyone else. He literally traveled through time to another universe in order to try and stop the final days from happening.
I would also say that he is possibly, like, I would say a lot of the time it feels like his abilities are being squandered a little bit, but he is possibly one of the most capable Scions, because he is close to Alphinaud's level at, like, potentially at dealing with politics. He is extremely capable at any role in a party, and he is a very, very helpful individual. But he often just doesn't get to do anything because of other obligations. And all he wanted was an adventure with the player character. That's all he wanted. That he could come along. So, yeah.
True.
I can understand that Hector will probably want him to be docked a little bit for being for this weird reveal, and I get that. It is a little bit weird because in the Crystal Tower story, Gratia becomes like the linchpin of the whole story. Turns out that he is like super important. But he is that bad guy that's just there for a lot of it. Who then
I
steps
feel like
up in the end, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, if we're counting him as the Crystal Exarch as part of Grahatia, I could raise that up a little bit. For me, I don't know. I know, sure, he must do some cool stuff, but outside of Crystal Exarch, Grahatia is like a nothing burger to me. He's just the cat that occasionally shows up in cutscenes. But the Crystal Exarch was really, really cool, and everything about it was cool. I just wish that it turned out to be
Not
anyone I'd
Steve
heard
from
of
accounting,
before
it felt
this.
like.
Yeah. I could slide up from the bottom of the pile where I was thinking to put him.
I have
a theory that... Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say I have a theory that they wrote him out of more recent stories because his voice actor was too busy working on Wicked.
That could be true. That could be true.
That tracks.
But I also just meant in general that that it feels like he has had a lot of cases where he's been like, oh well, he has other obligations, hence he can't join for this thing, or he, like it happens while he didn't hear, so he can't possibly have caught it, blah blah blah. Like, it feels like he's awkwardly missing opportunities to be there. But it's like specifically for a lot of Dawntrail, it was probably because what you said, that they were like, oh well, he's busy. What can we do about that? I would also just really quickly add, because I see a comment here saying from Jace here saying, a thing to point out is that his powerful skill set is also lost in the first, because a lot of his power also came from the Crystal Tower. While he does have tremendous knowledge, it's also a matter of if he can even do it again now. Just to be clear, Jace, when I said that he's very, very effective in any role, I'm talking about the power that he shows in the story after no longer being the Crystal Exarch. It turns out that he's pretty capable in any role with normal amounts of MP. As it turns out, he doesn't need to play Black Mage with a quadrillion MP to be functional. He is still like I think the only guy among the Scions that can be any role.
I believe you're right. Yeah.
I mean, whether that plays in, like, whether he can be anything in the trust system is one thing, but he has specifically demonstrated that he is capable of, like, in a specific Endwalker quest, he basically goes into different positions as needed. And can play a little bit of tank, can do a little bit of healing, can do a little bit of damage. He can also mix it up. Pretty OP to have the Black Mage capability of infinite MP while also being a healer.
So I don't know if that plays into, in my head still, the image of him being like, who is this person? That with all of the other signs, that can at least be like, that one's a Dragoon, that's a Sage, that's a Gunbreaker, that's a...
and he's...
Yeah.
I guess he's a player character, because they could be anything and wear anything.
Yeah.
It
is kind of... Sorry, go on.
No, I was gonna say that I was gonna go with B, just because I can see a lot of reasons to detract and also some reasons to pull him up. But what do you guys think? I'm guessing Hector leaning more to a C, at least.
No, I like B, because for my mind, Crystal Exarch would have been an A, Graha's like a D. I can average that out as like a low B in my mind. That works.
For me, I would have said, like, all of the Crystal Exarch stuff, S tier, S tier, S tier, S tier. As soon as he becomes Grahar, regular Grahar, he does drop significantly in the story and in his involvement. So we could say B. I'd push for A, but B's fine.
So
I can understand
we have one
why.
that is like, I would like an A, and we have one that says like a low B is acceptable. I think we'll say B. I'd also just add the Crystal Exarch is the boss when you're fighting him. Grahatia is when you unlock him as a character. It's even true. As the Crystal Exarch, he's basically impervious to damage and puts cover on someone while being a white mage. Very balanced.
I love the fact that Graha started out as a fanboy of the Scions, essentially, in the original quests, and then became just the biggest fanboy of the Warrior of Light, and then finally became a Scion with us.
He realized who was really making the moves.
He achieved the dream, guys. He was a fan that became friends. His parasocial relationship worked.
Yeah. Next up we have Minfilia.
I don't know why she's on this list.
Who? You know the story you said about the Crystal Exarch reveal, and you get to the end of it, and they go, "It's Grahatia," and we go, "Who's that?" Because we didn't play Crystal Tower, or at least hadn't played all of it, and so Graha wasn't important. So the same thing, but with who Rin was. except for I did play through 50 levels of Minfilia being in Realm Reborn. She was there the whole time. I saw her all the time, and I was still like, wait, who?
She's talking again. She told me over the phone that I have to come over and talk with them.
Yeah.
So we keep
Honestly,
visiting this building so much that everyone knows that that's where the Scions hide out. At the hideout.
I want to put her at D just because of the amount of times that I had to go to the Waking Sands.
You know, I feel like I don't know why she's here. It speaks for itself.
Wait, Mia, when you were going through Final Fantasy, could you teleport to the Waking Sands?
I don't believe so. You had to either get a boat or you had to teleport to the closest Aetherite and then go down this long tunnel.
Yeah,
okay,
so
just making sure as a newer player that you have suffered the way that we've suffered. All right, no, then rightfully so. Do we have to put her on D tier? Can she not? She was kind of good where she was below D tier there. I just feel like
can we put her back down on the list?
Like, bro thinks she's part of the team.
Right, so anyone who's newer to the game, I think it was around Endwalker, they decided to make it so that the MSQ just gives you tickets that teleport you to that little town where the Waking Sands is. Back in the day, what you had to do was either teleport to the horizon and then ride all the way over to the Waking Sands. Or, I believe the alternative, if you had a faster PC, mind you, is you could go to Limsa Lominsa, take the ether, like just teleport in with the Aetherite to the docks, and then take the boat to that little town. And then you would be 5 steps from the Waking Sands. Now, the reason I say if you have a faster PC is because the horizon meant one loading screen, and then you just had to ride all the way over. And remember, you couldn't actually fly in a Realm Reborn zone until, was it sometime in Endwalker, I believe? And, of course, you can only fly at around level 50. I can't remember if it comes from the MSQ or you hitting level 50, but point is, you couldn't fly to the Waking Sands, so you had to ride, just ride over there. And Limsa Lominsa meant you had to teleport to Limsa Lominsa, then you take the Aetherite, that's another loading, like a brief loading screen, then you take the docks, that's another loading screen, and then you're there. So if you had a really slow PC, it might actually be faster to just go from the from Horizon. Thankfully, you don't have to do that anymore, but my question every time is, why do we have these link pearls so that you can just call me to tell me to come over? Can't you just relay this 5-minute conversation over the phone? Why?
So we can listen to Machinations again, obviously.
Oh no! Can you just put the link pearl up next to the I don't know, the music player so I can hear it too? Just see like a muffled version of Machinations coming out of the link pearl. Speaking of, let me just move myself somewhere else so we can be free from this.
Oh, thank God!
How far are you?
Yeah.
How far are you in the MSQ, Mia?
I am post Dawntrail. I've got the I'm with Sveen. I'm doing the Sveen stuff at the moment.
I'll hop over to Ultima Thule. That sounds nice.
Nice.
We've had enough machinations. Right. Next up we have Y'shtola, the blind one. Just a random lore bit is that when she became blind and then uses her own ether to see, it was almost like presented in the story as if it was some like big problem, like she was literally dying.
Yeah, I remember that. Like, wasn't she supposed to be slowly dying over time because it was using up her ether to see around her? Wasn't that the whole point?
I feel my best guess is that they had an idea of like putting this as like a potential time bomb because they kept it vague enough that you could easily say, oh well, actually it's so insignificant that it's not gonna matter for the story ever. They could even end up going, well, actually, what we mean is that she's just using like the equivalent of a little bit of MP all the time to keep the lights on, as it were. So she's gonna be a little bit more tired. But they just kept it vague enough that they could do whatever they want. That's actually like a very, very common thing in the story that, like, just to give an example, we talked about the Crystal Tower earlier, that that thing at the very end of the Crystal Tower where there's like a Morse code kind of sound at the end, that happens to reference something that is said at the very end of the Endwalker leveling MSQ from our lovely bird. That's another case of they just put it there, and then later they were like, "Oh, cool, we could reference that," and then people are gonna be like, "Whoa, they planned this for 10 years? Yeah, whoa." They do that a lot. Another example was that I've heard that in A Realm Reborn, they didn't actually quite know clearly. At least not in 2.0, they weren't quite sure why La Habrea needed to cause destruction. They just decided that he had to. And then they'd figure out later why and all that. They just needed a bad guy that was a bad guy with a emphasis with a capital B. And well, that worked, and it was accurate enough that you might not even have realized that not even once has he bothered to explain. And Y'shtola's eye strain there, I think, is just another case of like, well, I'll put a little thing here and figure out if we care to do anything with it later. Now, with that background information, would you, Hector, who has a huge amount of lore knowledge, go next?
Yeah, well, like when we talk about ranking these characters on vibes, I am now almost purely ranking Y'shtola based on how cool she comes off in the cutscenes that play before we start each expansion. And in that case, yeah, she comes off really cool in all of them. I'm hearing her in the Endwalker trailer going, "Well, then we will hold the line." Yeah, so I mean, easily one of the best scions just for aura farming, like just that.
Yeah.
She's better Thancred in my mind. She's like how Alice is better Alphino. She fills a very similar Thancred role in mine. He is dad, she's mom. I prefer mom.
Well, you know how she reacts if you call her mom.
I'm gonna be honest. No, I don't.
There is one exact one of those like cutscenes where you get to choose where you can refer to as mom. She reacts interestingly to that.
Interesting good or interesting bad? Asking for a
friend. Does anyone remember what she says? Tatio says, what she says is, keep giving me cheek and I'll have you over my knee.
Okay, interesting good. All right, that's what I like.
That's the reason that she's my favorite character in all of Final Fantasy XIV and is an S tier character. In my mind, she is legendary. I feel like she was kind of okay up until Shadowbringers, and as soon as Shadowbringers came around, she became the best scion.
Oh yeah, okay. I would also just add, and this is something that I know some people would like definitely dock her points for, is she has an interesting KDA because she has been rest a couple times. But if there's one thing that's certain is that if there ever was a scion for you to get attached to, and you'd be like, oh, but what if they like drop her later? There would probably be riots in the streets if they suddenly just stopped featuring Y'shtola in the MSQ.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a feeling that people would already get worried if she had appeared as like a prominent character in a normal raid series, because there is a tendency that if a normal raid, if a character gets too attached to like a side story, it might be difficult for them to be in the MSQ, because it might be really weird if, you know, the story the continuity would break if the person was dead in the MSQ and then they're alive back then, and then we completely ignore the part where if you complete Shadowbringers and then do Eden, then Thancred and Urianger are somehow on the first. Continuity errors, everybody. So where do we put your Stola based on that? Seems like you're both pretty happy with her.
I wouldn't go as far as... Yeah, go on.
I'm just saying, if Urianger is an S, I think Ishtola is better than Urianger, so I think she's got to be an S, personally. That's me.
I wouldn't go as far as saying the best sign because Tataru exists, but I could agree with an S. S, but definitely, but still below Tataru.
Ah. What do you think about that, Mia?
It's an S, so...
Well, fine with that.
Yeah, I agree.
So like
Tataru's
this.
pretty cool. Yeah.
Next, we have Kryl, the robbed one. In Dawntrail.
Cryo, the complete non-entity until basically the last expansion.
The amazing bit. Go ahead.
Yep. No. My
Okay, the
my
amazing
opinion
bit.
are rubbish here.
The amazing bit where they gave her like a clover earring, which importantly, apparently looked almost exactly like the green mage icon from Tactics, leaving a huge red herring for everybody. And then it was Pictomans instead. And the clover had nothing to do with the new job.
I still don't understand what the clover, like, actually signifies as a symbol. I know it's because her parents were part of, I can't remember what it's called. What's the word? God. Oblivion? Is it Oblivion?
I think so.
Yeah. But is the clover's not... The clover's not like a symbol for Oblivion. Preservation.
Yeah.
Oblivion? I don't know. It was one of the two.
Is Oblivion not from FF7? Whatever. Let's go with preservation and then just continue your story.
Yeah, because like, what is it supposed to signify? The clover, in that case, then.
Considering the incredible overlap with that green mage icon, I'm willing to suggest that maybe they thought it would be really funny to do that, and that ultimately what it was gonna look like was irrelevant. Like,
Right.
they were making the story, and that's what they landed on. That was what they were gonna go with, and that's all she wrote. That they just, like, sometimes stories are gonna be like that. Sometimes they just go, well, we need a thing for this. What should it be? Well, does the icon matter? Not particularly. Well, we do this. And if they had that, just... Maybe they had an earlier draft of wanting to use Green Mage, so that happened to make it in, that they had something related to that. Or maybe they wanted to make a reference, or maybe they had some, I don't know, plan to do something more with Tactics, and that that earring just was never used in the Evil's Raid series because, well, Alliance Raids don't drop earrings. So they just had it lying around. So they used that. I don't see any particular reason why it had to be a clover. At least.
Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's cool. I thought it was really funny. I still thought it was really funny that it turned out to just have nothing to do with the new job. But something that I find very fascinating, I don't know how much that still applies now, but random thing to keep in mind is that the English version of the game, like language and all that, is a localization, not to be confused with straight up a translation, which means that if you that the actual like, you could almost say body language, you know, the way that things are said and the lines they give on characters in the JP version and the English version are very different. A particular one that I remember is that the Japanese Kryl and the English Kryl is very different. The reason for that is because given that Final Fantasy XIV is kind of a little bit like an anime, goes on a lot of anime tropes, but the English localization doesn't always follow through on those exact anime tropes. They more likely to lean to something that a Western audience is more likely to be well acquainted with. I believe a particular example of that is that the Holshefant is a little less flirty in the English version because he's following a specific kind of anime trope in the JP version that some Western audience might not be clear on. So to avoid that misunderstanding, they dialed him back a little bit. And Kryl, the JP and the EN versions are different enough that I have had individuals that like to do the JP dub, EN sub style. They are watching an anime, be very confused because what she's saying, the way she's speaking, is completely disconnected from the text on the screen. Because the sentence being delivered is completely different. I don't necessarily know if that adds or subtracts anything to the tier list, but I do think that it is worth noting that how you interpret Kryl could be extremely different depending on whether you know JP or EN Kryl. And I think that's interesting. Do you think that the Lalafell factor plays in, Hector?
I mean, obviously the Lalafell factor plays it quite heavily. My immediate gut wants to say S tier because Lala, but then she's dressed like a Makote, and so that immediately docks her down at least one tier. But as if I was gonna factor in, the story or the character behind just what race they are and dressed as, I have to say, without spoiling anything from Dawntrail, I was expecting this to be like their time to shine, and I left thoroughly whelmed with regards to them in Dawntrail.
Yeah. Basically,
it's just a nothing burger.
Yeah. Basically, we had expected the MSQ to be like, I guess I would have expected at least that Kryl would have shared the spotlight with Vuklamat instead of it being that Kryl sometimes got like a single ray of sunlight. But I feel like they eventually got around to her. It's just weird that it felt like the expectation that was set was that Kryl was going to be a major focus point, and then for most of it, she wasn't.
Then we got the adventures of Wuklamat.
I didn't mind Dawntrail's story, personally.
Yeah, which is fine, but I wish Kryl had more to do.
Yeah. Given what Kryl does in the story, I would either put her in B or C, just because I feel like a lot of the time she doesn't get as many chances to do things. But I'm fine with giving her something higher. What do you think, Mia? I understand that Hector's already pretty fine with giving an S.
I know, but S tier, take away one for the Makote outfit, take away another one for the poor story usage. Take away another one just because kind of boring. I could see her being in C tier, like just ahead of Alphino.
She is very meh. Unfortunately, as a character, to me, like there's not a lot that there's not a lot that connects me to her. I will say that the moments where she got to interact with her parents was really great. And definitely gut punched me, and I will never forgive them for like, oh god, these aren't your actual parents, they're just a digital recreation of your parents, but still, why are you making this hurt so much? But she's also a Pictomancer, and I'm currently rocking Pictomancer, so I could put her in maybe probably a B. I think she's better than Alphino. So
let's go B. Poor Alpha.
Bottom of B then. Bottom of B. Yeah.
And then
Better
finally,
no.
finally, we have Oriange, the one whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
my milkshake bringeth all the boys to the yard.
I don't know.
I think Oriange. I see an interesting topic brought up on my chat here, at least. I think that Oriange is one of the most interesting characters in the game because he basically keeps his cards very close to his chest, which means that it is often difficult to tell exactly what he's doing. And because he is often a little bit of a guy that just goes off on his own, it is not surprising at all when he suddenly goes, "Ha-ha! It was me all along. I infiltrated the enemy and no one expected it." Which I think is an interesting detail, but I also understand that it kind of gives this strange situation where a story that goes so hard out of its way to tell you everything that's going on that they straight up gave the player the ability to look into people's past just to explain how they can explain to you the backstory of a character without them admitting to it. Somehow the player character just never ever considers that, what's Oriange up to at the moment? Should we maybe check him out? Just in case he does the whole betrayal thing again? Like, I think that's a little funny, but it also means that he's often very unpredictable. I like him. He also can cast Doom.
What do you think, Hector?
This will be one of those where I have the least to say about him, because for me, he is funny voice, talks weird. Don't really care otherwise about him. He literally he could die tomorrow, and I'd be like, oh, there he went.
Yeah. Are we okay with swearing on this?
I mean,
on the stream?
you already did a little bit. I don't mind too much.
Oh, did I? Oh,
but,
no.
I don't mind too much, but as long as you think about it, it's usually not a big deal.
All right. Okay. I think Oriange is the most dogshit character out of all of us.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you. Somebody said it. Yeah.
Oh. I like him.
D here for dog.
I feel like he's always the least impactful, the least interesting. I like it. Again, he just feels like nothing to me. I feel like he could disappear and nothing would change.
He's probably there's probably something to be said there, but yeah, it's definitely part of the whole thing with them intentionally keeping him to do weird stuff, like the double agent stuff he does, means that they can't give you too much Oriange, which of course means that you don't get to know him very much. For instance, I see Cinder mentioned, I really liked the character building that he got in Endwalker with Moonbreeder.
Was this him going to talk to Moonbreeder's parents?
Yes.
Am I thinking of the... Okay, yeah, again, sorry, I know these are like probably really big story points, but like...
Yeah, you skipped it.
I was there vaguely. I remember being like, oh man, he's having to like apologize. This seems really heartbreaking. Who's been Brita?
I cried.
Oh.
Moonbreeder, just for... In case... are you serious?
Yeah, no, I'm
It's
unfortunately.
okay if you're serious. I was just about to
explain.
explain, and then I realized that maybe you were joking.
No, please go. No, I'm not. I'm aware that Membrita was a scion. I'm aware that based on the context of how Urianger talked, I'm pretty sure she died. But
in A Realm Reborn post game story, she sacrifices herself to provide enough power for the first white aura site you have to kill off an Asian. Which one was it, guys? That was basically the first blood on Asians. Nabrialis. Nabrialis. That's how Nabrialis dies, I believe. But the problem is that you don't have enough ether, like, amongst you. So she, in the spur of the moment, basically jumps into the laser beam to power it enough and dies out of nowhere.
It's a shame Moonbreeder's not on this list, so we would have put her pretty high.
Yeah. I mean, I will say that she would also have the problem that she was very briefly in the story.
Yeah, she's more Scion of the Week than an actual Scion.
She basically came in and, like, showed off that she's big, powerful. She has backstory with Urianger. Died. Didn't elaborate. Just nailed it. Just finished at the top, I guess.
To be fair, when she came into the story, she may as well have been wearing a big hat that said, "I'm going to die."
Wow.
I'm going to die.
When would this have been? Is this patch quest for A Realm Reborn, or is this near the end of a... Okay, this explains that. Yeah, there were 100 quests that I really
It's
didn't
basically,
want to...
you know the Chrysalis, the trial?
Yeah, I remember the Chrysalis. And as soon as you say
That's-
Nabrialis, I'm like,
there, yeah?
I-
So
Yeah.
basically, it's after that.
All right,
so
okay.
it's rather brief. But yeah, basically, her story is related to Urianger. Now, does that make Urianger's story better? I guess that's up for questioning. If you both think that Urianger is mega meh, I would have put him in B at least, or maybe A personally. But if you think that he's mega bad, I guess we can put him in C or D. I guess.
I was gonna say, if Urianger's biggest achievement is his relationship with a character that's a lot cooler than he is.
I
don't know what that says about Urianger.
I don't feel like that's his biggest achievement. Have you seen how much he was styling on everybody with actually making friends with the fairies and such in Don Meg? Sorry, not Don Meg, but Ilmeg.
Ilmeg.
He's a god at interacting with weird mythical beings. It's just not that often we need that because the Warrior of Light happens to have an auto-translator in their brain. Literally, the Echo gives you the ability to understand all languages.
That's nice that we've got a friend, though, who can make friends with weird things. Yeah, no, that does not make me want to raise him higher up. I would be happy with bottom of C just because I like there being a funny gap between Urianger and Minfilia, just to really emphasize what a waste of a character he is.
Yeah, I mean, I like Alphino more than I like Urianger, and that's saying something, right? If I was forced to go on a date with either Alphino or Urianger, I would be going with Alphino every time.
Oh wow. Well, so C, but further down than Alphino.
Bottom of C, yeah.
Well, we did it. We had to invent. We had to invent a fake F tier just so we could put Minfilia further. I do find it interesting that we have so many S tiers.
I think they are the three best characters.
No, you're right. Do we need to dock both Y'shtola and Estinian down there just to make sure that everybody's clear about how much better Tataru is? Like, I don't know what I'm saying.
This tier list is obviously flawed. There isn't a triple S here.
Yeah, she would be S+. She would be like Meta Knight and Brawl tier. She is alone at the peak, everyone else looking up at her.
Well, that was one. Which list are we feeling next? Do we need a moment?
Give me 2 seconds to go refill.
You know what? We can do a little break. Does that work for you,
Yeah.
Mia?
Yeah, that's fine. We
Yeah.
did it, guys. We did the first list. There's 2 more to go.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be a little bit faster with the next ones that are less controversial, maybe. Anyway, that means I'll be right back. In the meantime, manatee restored. And
You'll just be BRBing right now, like on your screen.
I think so. Hope I'm back.
Cool.
I'm on stream again. I'm gonna go step off the stream.
I just muted you all on my end. I can't be asked to go onto my BRB screen because I've got like videos that play and stuff, and I'm not doing that.
I don't know if I'm currently audible.
You're not currently audible on my stream, at least.
Okay, I'm sure somebody in the chat would say, yes, Hector, you're currently audible right now. We can all hear you. No,
Doesn't look like it.
Timing-wise, with how long that one took, I don't know if I'd be able to do all 3 of the tier lists that we had planned.
It might be better to jump straight to the music one first.
That's what I was going to say. Jobs as well would be very vibes-based. It's also one that's been done a lot. Everybody's tier listed Jobs.
Yeah.
Whereas, have you now listened to all the music from the Arcadian?
I've not, but I wanted to go into it fresh. So
I'm unironically, I love the music in Final Fantasy XIV. This tier had the best music they've had in the game. It is
okay, cool.
like banger after banger, where they'll have an entire. Because I mean, this was the first time they did it, where every fight had its own theme, and then every Phase 2, like Savage exclusive Phase 2, had its own theme on top of that. So
damn, that's pretty cool.
And I'd say that virtually every single song hit. Like, it's non-stop banger. There's so many that are now some of my favorite tunes of all time. If you heard they got Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine and Audioslave to do the guitar for one
That's
of them.
amazing. That's pretty
And
cool.
even with Tom Morello in it, and I love Tom Morello to death, still, like, not even one of the best of the songs that they've released. And that's it's just a very, very strong set of music. Some of the best stuff Stoken's done. We were Caetsu, we were mentioning potentially skipping over Jobs as a tier and just doing the music. Just doing the Arcadian.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I see my chat is like, oh, we can still hear you, but
Okay, yeah,
I'm pretty sure that it could also be her, that Mia also was capturing it. Don't worry about it, guys. That's not exactly a secret. I started by mentioning we had 3 lists, but yeah, I get that. The job list, I would have also been like, what are we ranking these on? What do you guys mean? All right, well, those are probably S tier.
It would have
I've not done all the jobs, so I'd be going off of vibes for a lot of them too. So.
Yeah,
it would have been vibes mixed with how much I enjoy playing them, which, would have been kind of...
And meanwhile,
Dragoon S tier, floor tank, let's go.
And meanwhile, I'm the guy who makes job guides for all of them, so I've at least spent some time on all of them. I literally do mental roulettes with a wheel, where I just spin it and then do a duty with that job. So I'm a little bit less biased, but Black Mage, though...
Okay.
I have all the jobs to level 100. I have still not played Black Mage above level 90. Yeah, we leveled that entirely for Wondrous Tale because I didn't want to have to learn.
Well, I have several videos dedicated to just the jank that is Black Mage because I think it's funny.
So we're doing music then, right?
We have the music from Arcadian. I have all of the songs, so how about I will teleport back to my house and I'll just turn off the
Just play the
sound
songs. Hell yeah.
on the games that we can hear the music, because I have the songs available to me.
Nice. I am really excited for this. I may skip cutscenes, but I have never once turned off one of the songs in the middle of Arcadian, even if I've spent like dozens of hours progging a fight.
I will point out. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, go on.
I will point out that if we find something that's like good, and then we find another song that's like peak, even better than that last song, we can like move the song. Does that make sense? We can't.
If we change our mind,
we could. Yeah, like if something comes along and it's like, oh no, this is actually the best one, we could move everything like a tier down and be like, this is S tier.
I think we're gonna have to, especially because Mia, you're quite new to all of this.
I've not done any of the Arcadian stuff.
Have
so
you listened to any of them?
I have not. I wanted to go into this with a fresh set of ears. So I just give my first.
Yeah. Just to be clear, guys, I have the songs. I have some of them in Orchestrion, but most of them is just I brought them. I have them ready to go. Should we start? Like, should we do it from M1 and up, or should we do it?
Yeah,
in
let's
a
go
different
chronological. I feel like, especially if you start with this list, starting with Phase 2 of M12 is a weird starting point.
Yeah. Orange saying, by the end of the tier list, we have 5 extra ranks above S. Right, well, I will put on the first one, and then you'll have to let me know if you can hear it, or whether it's too loud or what.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Also very loud.
Is this better?
Much better.
Now I can also hear you.
Blowing my ears out.
Ooh, I like this. It's very Persona.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna swap from Persona to, if you've ever played ARMS on the Nintendo Switch, it is literally the ARMS theme in my head for like the main chord.
In case you're curious, the fighter that matches this song is a Mikote that merges with a cat to become Black Cat, and she's very she has the most standard, like, well, this is what an arena in the Solution 9 would look like, with a glass floor that she breaks.
Oh my god, it is totally ARMS though. I know what you mean with the the chanting. Yeah.
I genuinely get it confused in my head where I'm like, whoa, wait, is that M1 or is that ARMS? Love the string section though here. This is really nice. I always forget about this because all I hear in my head when I think of this is the ARMS chanting. Yeah, more ARMS.
Chat is saying it gives Sword and Shield vibes, Pokemon vibes. I get
Oh
that.
yeah, absolutely.
Oh, the
100%.
Shin Battle theme.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Ooh, the guitars. Oh, that's great. I like that.
I'm not 100% sure where it loops because I just have several minutes of it. Thank you, Ubi.
It's almost here. That's basically the tune.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a loop. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just lower it a little bit. So, I will say that is like, one thing is that's like Black Cat's theme, but it also feels like it's heavily like the theme of the Arcadion.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is a big riff on one that we're going to hear in a little bit, Give It All. So it borrows very heavily. It's almost entirely the motif from Give It All, but in a completely different style to fit Black Cat's persona as well. It's really fitting as a battle theme.
And it also makes sense because of story reasons.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It just, for me, the fact that this is the first song that you hear when you go into Arcadian, it's such an impact right off the bat. It's like, okay, we're Soken's popping off this tier, apparently.
I will probably be a little bit controversial on this, but I feel like the problem is that if we say the very first song that is like setting the standard is S, then it's really difficult to rank everything else. So I'm like, I would say the starter like this being like B or A is good because it leaves a lot of room to be better.
This is how I. Sorry, go on, Hector.
Go, no, you go. Your fresh take, I want to hear.
I was gonna say this is how I'm kind of judging it, right? I'm judging it on is this a song that I would like sit down in my house and like put on the record player and like listen back, and like this is relaxing, but it's not like this is kind of a bop, but it's not exactly a song I'd be going out of my way to replay over and over and over again. So for that, I would probably go. I'd probably go like middling, a B or something. Yeah. I think there should be headroom up there to get to peak. I don't think this is peak. It's good, but it's not peak.
I think that's a pretty good way to put it because, like, now you mentioned the would I put it on? Would I listen to it? I'm like, you know, that is a good point. I think the only time that I've listened to this beyond like it happening in the game is if I put on a different Arcadian song and then the playlist automatically found this one. I wouldn't be like, oh, now I have to switch away. It's just it landed there. Like I haven't specifically sorted out, but it's good. Are we good on B?
Yeah,
it is a good song. For me, the big issue is just it is one of 5 songs in the tier that uses the motif from Give It All, and of them, it's my least favorite.
Yeah.
It's just it speaks to how strong the music is for this tier overall. But yeah, I think a B is definitely a good starting point for it. I like it. There are a lot better songs.
Yeah. Right. Well, let me fish out M2 and.
Oh my god, this is cute as hell.
So the fighter for this one is a hero lady that merges with a queen bee, and she rolls basically the VTuber style, kinda.
Yeah, that makes sense.
She very much is appealing to her fans, and one of her main mechanics is charming the players.
We're just getting started. Is everybody having a good time?
See, I have to dock this points because VTubers are the worst. I hate them. So.
Aw, that's mean.
For those of you who can't actually see me, I am a VTuber. So.
I differentiate enough. I'm like, well. Does that are you straight up VTuber or is it a PNG we're rolling with?
Oh, if you can see my,
well, I can see my. You said you had
my screen. I'm totally moving. So.
Oh, okay, fair enough. That changes some things. I've just that is an important clarification because from my POV, the people seeing it from here might be like, I mean, it's a very very detailed picture, but it could totally have been that that's the speaking image, and then it just switches between that.
Yeah, it could be a PNG
and like
tuber.
a PNG tuber, exactly. So it could have been.
I'm trying really hard to separate this from my hatred of the fight as a Savage fight.
I didn't mind it.
They have a mechanic in this fight that is literally just AoEs go burr. Just like random line AoEs that go cut through the arena in random directions, and you can't do anything really to lessen all that much. And it's
There's a lot of use eyes, yeah.
Yeah, use eyes and dodge stuff for 45 seconds and watch as people get yeeted into the wall by mini bees.
My raid team refused to use Mario Kart strats for it, and it got so bad with people asking us why we didn't that we had one of our raid team members had a thing where he would take a swig every time chat mentioned Mario Kart. We decided to use Kobe strat instead, which was very specific positions.
Oh, the box strats.
Yeah, I believe so.
We were done by the tier by the time that started becoming a thing. I'd always been curious to see if it made a big difference.
It helped, but we just refused to use Mario Kart. We thought it was silly. It worked. You just it does require you to use eyes, and it's actually really effective. Anyway, regarding the music, what do you think, Mia?
It's giving like anime opening for like a shoujo anime or something like that. A very like modern shoujo anime. I think it's fine. It's not my favorite. I like if I was gonna play this or the last one, I'd probably play the last one over this. Like, I'm not a massive fan of this one in particular. It's cute, but it's like, eh.
Yeah.
What do you both think?
I really don't like this one. I think it might be the only one that when we're talking about like the last one, like would I put this on? Maybe not. This one, if it switched on in like my orchestration, I would turn it off. I would like mute. Oh, I would be like, nope, next.
Yeah, get rid of it. Yeah, I'm feeling that vibe as well. Like I'd probably be pressing the skip button if it was a CD player.
I would say that I think it is important to note that we're basically ranking this on how good we think the song is, because I do think that it is an amazingly good match for the character. Like, it's
absolutely
perfect accuracy on that one. But I do agree that I don't believe I've sought out this song to listen to it, and I think I might have skipped it, but I don't know if I would straight up say D, but I don't like, just from what I know, I don't know if there's anything else that goes in D. And the thing is, it's a relative tier list, right? So technically, it's, you know, it's a D tier relative to the others if it was in D. What do you guys think?
I can think of one other coming up shortly that I think is just by virtue of being really dull, probably worse. I think you got to give this one credit for the fact that at the very least it is perfectly fitting for its character. I don't like that character, and therefore I don't really like the song, but, you know, it's doing what it means to do really well.
So, C then? Perhaps?
Yeah.
Sure.
It feels wrong giving Honey Bee a C, but...
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. Right, let me get the next one, and I do believe this is one that Hector meant, and I will also add, that's also why I was like, I don't think, because there is something very specific about it. So, this is M3N, the boss is Brute Bomber, which is probably the most wrestler guy of all the bosses. He's a heel through and through. There's a whole bit where he drinks an energy drink that is not allowed, so the judge comes in and then gets punched in the face. I know
I don't know why, but I just...
Go ahead.
I don't know why, but I really like this character. I think that he's just, there's something about him that's just fantastic, but I can't put my finger on it. Darn it. What's this character's name again? Sorry.
Well, you see, he's actually named Hector. Very convenient. It's a very nice name. I think I've heard it before. I think I know someone else named that. The thing that I wanted to say is that when I think, like, if you think like primal bosses, Titan has a super distinct theme. Garuda has a super distinct theme. Leviathan has a super distinct theme. Ramu has a super distinct theme. Ifrit technically has a super distinct theme. It's just giving this, where it's like this is like a more wild version of that, but it's giving very like, man.
I enjoy the main Hector motif, that bit we've just heard, but that's it. The rest of the song just kind of, we're back to just kind of plodding around. Like it's good, it's fitting for the character again. It's not quite, but I'll be honest, this is probably the one where I least can tell where it's looped, because it kind of blurs together.
Yeah, the Mistle here says, this song is this is the start of something much cooler.
This comes back in a really big way. I think kind of controversial, like love or hate it way, but when they do the song again, I think it's much stronger.
I am sure that this song is somebody's bag, but it's not my bag. So
Yeah, you know, it's funny. The body in my raid team who loves Honeybee Lovely and her theme also really likes this one.
Maybe they're just really into like living the character. 'Cause, I mean, they both embody the character perfectly. I am seeing like Hector from the top rope while I'm doing this. Well, listen to this, but
Oh yeah.
maybe that's the thing. Maybe I need to have it like married with the actual things going on screen.
Yeah,
in order to truly
that is
get
why
it.
I'm trying to give a little bit of like this is that character, because if you haven't seen anything of the fight, then like that bit might be lost. But I feel like the vague parts should be enough to be like, oh, I can see that, and then we are ultimately judging whether we like the song, right?
I know, like, I can see what they're trying to do. It just doesn't hit as hard as, like, some of their really heavier, like, rockier stuff that, like, the Primals have done in the past. So, it's just, like, a lot less impactful to me, if that makes sense.
yeah, if you put this against like the Primals version of Ultima, so Big Fat Tacos, like it's no contest. They can do really good rock music when they want to. This is decent rock music, and relative to the rest of the arcade tier, this would be my bottom pick. This would be my D tier easily.
Yeah, I agree with that. What do you think, Nia?
Yeah, it's really not having much of an impact on me. It feels like some it feels like some background video game cutscene filler, if I'm honest.
Now, just a random fun fact, also for everyone that can see in the stream, the very, very interesting camera angle for Tyrant. Did you notice that when they introduce Hector, they give you almost the exact same angle on his speedos? The difference is that no one cared for Hector's version, but for some reason people get very hot and bothered about Tyrant.
Why does nobody care about Hector's junk? Come on, people.
Come on, people! Now, with that weird sidetrack, next up we have Wicked Thunder.
Ooh, this one immediately hits a lot better. Let's go.
Which is she is first of all Black Cat's sister, and she's combining with Ixion in a big unicorn with an unreasonably large horn. So she uses electricity, and as far as she's concerned, while the other fighters before her, it's just a match. Like, sure, you can lose, but as far as she's concerned, she is actually, it's a live or die situation here.
If it wasn't for the actual singer, I'd say this sounds like Sonic the Hedgehog butt rock, and that's not necessarily a bad thing.
I do. That is on point.
Yeah. I can see that. Live and learn!
Oh my god, yeah. I now need that mashup.
Live and learn and give it all.
Can we get Crushed 40 to do their version of Live and Learn?
Yeah, I like. Sonic music is great.
Sonic music is good.
She also in this fight, she has she has a whole like desperation phase when she drops low, which is rare in today's Final Fantasy XIV to have HP threshold related mechanics. I think it loops on like 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's a long song. Sorry, this is one that I almost feel bad talking over because like there isn't like it's about to get to the good bits. The whole song.
Yeah. There's the good bit and the good bit and the good bit. And
There's
that's
the
the loop.
Yeah.
Almost exactly
I
on the
will-
3 minutes.
I definitely like this more than the first song we listened to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it's the same theme, but this was clearly the song they wrote, and then the M1 theme.
They had to dial it down for Black Cat.
Me, I want to know your thoughts because
Yeah.
we will be biased. We've been hearing this tune for a while.
Ooh. Well, the problem is I don't know what the rest of them are, so I don't necessarily want to put it at S tier. I think it's one of the better songs that we've heard so far.
If you find out later down the line that, or if we find out later down the line, we're like, you know what? Actually, we need to move Wicked Thunder down because there's something better. Then we can do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you two want to put it at S tier, I'm not going to argue with that. It sounds like a mashup of Evanescence and Crush 40, and I'm all about that. So
Yeah.
Personally,
For me, go on.
I think the Phase 2 is better.
Ooh.
But that doesn't mean that Phase 1 is bad. It's just that I'm like, I would probably put Phase 2 above. But there's multiple reasons for that.
Oh, I'm honestly almost the exact opposite. This is the one example, because they do this a lot. This is the one example where I prefer the Phase 1 music to the Phase 2. That I like what they're doing with the Phase 2, and I love the transition build-up. But I still, for me, this is like one of the peak Final Fantasy XIV tunes. This is on my go-to playlist with like Return to Oblivion, the Primal's version of Ultima, Escape, Root Justice, things like that. It's just so good.
It's
so
just
iconic.
for me, it feels a little bit like the Phase 2 is like going all right, and then we push it even harder, but differently, right?
I think the thing that Phase 2 misses for me, and I'm normally not in love with some of the lyric choices for the music. I think that's one of the weaker aspects, honestly, of the songs, especially in the Arcadian tier. The lyrics for this are really good. They fit really well with the emotion of the character. They sell like the Arcadian's one of the few plots I actually know properly because it was simple enough I could follow it and not skip the cutscenes. So it fitting so well into the desperation of the character. What you mentioned, that life or death fight, it's not just we're having a competition, we're not in a game. This is I win or I die for me.
Yeah.
I think the lyrics really add to the song in a way that taking them out dips it quite a bit for me.
Well, I will say I do agree that it should probably be S. I'm not being like, so this should be A. I think this is an S tier. And I assume you think that too, Hector.
Oh yeah, it's gotta be.
What do you think, Mia?
I think we put it at S, and if the other one ends up being so much better, then it drops to A.
Yeah, I don't think it's that much better necessarily, but my point was also that you shouldn't be like, oh, we can't put it in S because what if something better comes? Because I mean, something has to go in S eventually, right?
Put it in S. Give it all it's got.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Right, and here comes the Phase 2 version.
So this right here is the transition.
Yeah, so
where,
something important is that Phase 2's theme, just cuts in and stops Phase 1, and the whole song plays in tune to mechanics and things like that. There are points where like the music slows down and it's like a choir, you get to that, when she's loading up a mechanic and things like that.
So this is the second stage of the
Yeah.
Sonic level where everything starts falling down.
Yeah. in addition, what happens is that she takes this electro power that you may know of from Dawntrail into herself to power herself up more because she has to win, and destroys the arena and throws you to a second arena, and she suddenly becomes, a wall boss. She becomes very large, and now she also uses fire and water in addition to her electricity.
We've gone from Sonic Adventure 2 Battle to Sonic Frontiers.
And yet each, as I said, the music is playing to the mechanics. Oh, don't worry, Crusher. It's live on YouTube exactly so that it will be saved. Someone asked if they would be able to see this after the fact.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like this.
Yeah. Go ahead.
For me, this song in particular is a little bit more hit or miss. Right now, this isn't a bit. Basically, any part where the strings come in, I think is fantastic, is God tier. But there's a lot of the song that is just the electric guitar playing over the sort of drop beats, the break beats, and I'm not as big of a fan of that.
This is specifically one where I feel like the fact that the music goes to the battle makes a huge factor for it to me. But I can also say that this is definitely one of I think I've looked up this one to listen to more than Give It All.
It's a slightly lesser version of Give It All. It's trying to escalate it, but for me, it's at most as good.
As if called upon like a magic spell, I had a cutout on the YouTube side for a second. That's fine. It just does that sometimes. Very cool, YouTube. Anyway, sorry.
The music is very much giving desperation. This is we need to finish this fight. We need to do something quickly.
This one is called A Risky Bet, where the first part is called Give It All. So, I do agree, it does give that, this is it, feel to it. Very much. It's very long, but it does kind of loop a little bit. I feel like we have kind of hit a point where it's kind of looped already.
Yeah, I think it looped at some point.
Yeah.
I still think this is one of the best tunes they've done. I think it's, for me, it's very similar quality to Give It All.
I'd kind of put it on the same footing as that. What takes away from it a little bit is that, to me, there's so many other raids in the past that have gone into second stages that are very, very reminiscent of this. Just the heavy guitar and the actual theme just speeds up.
You mean
yeah,
this is for a theme it's great, but this is the standard for a Phase 2 theme. So
I mean,
you
say that we're gonna hear a Phase 2 theme again in a little bit. That's exactly what you're saying.
That basically does the same playbook.
Elements.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. I could understand that with Doc a bit. That it's fantastic, but it is a Phase 2 theme, so that's a given.
I would put it on S tier as well. I know that this is one of the better tunes. Still, I think Caetsu, you would put it above Give It All. I would put it slightly below. Mia, let you decide.
Jeez. You see, I could go either way, which is the problem.
I wouldn't be mad.
So... I'd say I think I like it a little more, but I tend to like these sort of themes that go into Phase 2 where everything speeds up, but I don't think it has as much staying power. If I was going to listen to a theme back, I probably would listen to the one that we listened to before this.
How about we say a risky bet goes second because it is a phase 2 theme. It being equal to Give It All should be a given.
Yes.
Yeah.
So honestly, it only being equal means that it is below.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout there. So S tier, but just behind Give It All.
Yes.
Sure.
Here, load up the next one. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I just gotta.
Yep.
See, I'm glad I have no bias. It's great.
So next up we have Ride the Rhythm with Dancing Green, which is a disco party. He actually, this is like a version for re-listening to, because he messes with the music in the battle. Like, he actually like stops the music and like cuts to specific parts for his mechanics. So this is not exactly how it would sound when you're fighting him.
Ooh. I like this though.
But because it also has that whole thing, it's probably also a really long song.
It's
pretty
very
good.
disco.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, yeah. I get really strong Daft Punk vibes from this. The song
yeah.
to me feels like they took Around the World and Get Lucky and like smushed them together.
Yeah. I think a
This
major
bit right
part,
here is very Around the World, but then the chorus.
it's definitely a major contributing factor with the way that like the voiceover there, although are they actually saying something, or are they just, I understand that the Primals version they actually have lyrics, but it
I've
sounds
seen YouTube
almost like
videos
they're
with
not.
lyrics for this.
Okay, well.
I'm hearing them, but it's one of those like, you know, like a bad lip sync video where I'm seeing the lyrics on the screen, I'm listening to the music and going,
Sure.
are we sure?
Sure. But yeah, he has a whole thing where he will like do a mechanic and then it goes like, and then he does a mechanic that does like beats, and then
Is
it
he a
goes
DJ?
like a slam. Well, he's a dancer, but he technically has a
okay.
DJ, right? But he's doing poses, and then like, then the music starts again.
It's
Specifically to the beat of his mechanic.
it's future funk Saturday Night Fever.
Yes. I would say if there was one theme that was like, I would say not only did they match the music exactly to the fight, the theme is perfect, and they didn't feel like they had to like make some sort of like concessions to make it work. Like they didn't have to like, I don't know how to put it, adjust the song to match the rhythm of the fight. It just works. It just works.
I've always felt that this song was very much hard carried by how well it syncs with the fight. That within the fight itself, it works perfectly. The syncing with the fight mechanics is super cool. It's another one that I don't think I've ever purposely put on outside of the game though.
I have, but I that's also exactly why I know that, this is one way to mix the song. Because anyone who was like, trying to, the classic, they like record the song to like, so everyone can hear it, would run into the problem that if they just played the music, there would just be random points where it just goes silent. And then it plays again, because they muted the combat sounds. They had to like mix it together. There's also like a specific version in the Orchestrion role, which might be this one. But like it's very different to just sit and listen to it. But I don't know. I think I would at least give it A, but I could also see like a B, but I'm leaning more to at least A, personally.
So I feel like I like this better than the first song we listened to, so I'd maybe put it A.
I think
I
I'd
don't think
agree
it's
that it's
amazing.
better than Black Cat's theme. Definitely, I'd take this over It's Showtime. And now that Kat mentioned it, I have heard this and listened to it outside of the game, but it's the Husky by the Geeks cover, which is phenomenal for this. I think I prefer it to Black Cat, but it's making me think that maybe Black Cat might be a little bit overrated at B. It's
You're
good, but
thinking,
there are...
well, actually, Black Cat goes to C so that Dancing Green can be the midpoint.
Yeah, we're running out of songs in the tier that I think are like the music just keeps getting better and better for the most part.
There are too many songs that are better than Black Cat's.
Yeah, I would
I can
drop
see
Black
that.
Cat down to C, and then I would make this our midpoint as B. I think I agree with you, especially when you take into account how cool it is to be doing mechanics to the beats.
I could do that. We good with moving Black Cat down one to make space for
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
like this. And there you are. Then we have Sugar Riot. Which I believe is possibly one of the most splitting themes, I think. A little bit like Honeybee, actually. I like it.
This is a Lalafell whose special like instinct power is they spray paint things.
Come again?
Well, this is the boss for this one. This is a Lalafell, and they don't turn into like a cat or like a.
That's true.
killer
It's a
reptile or anything.
Lalafell that merges with you know the like elemental slimes, like a classic Final Fantasy thing. The slimes that are like one element. I believe she merges with some of that and turns into like a gunner that shoots paint. And I know you like Pixelmancers. And all of the graffiti in Solution 9 is her doing. Oh yeah, it's also worth mentioning that in the Savage version of this fight, it has a whole total insanity ad phase where everything just goes to chaos. If you've ever heard of a Yan,
We don't
from here.
speak of those horrors.
This
It's
is
probably the
such a
most
weird
chaotic
song.
fight they've done in such a long time, and yeah, this is a really interesting choice to put with it.
there's a bit in the lyrics about nothing rhyming with orange, so my whole raid team showed up in orange.
At the very beginning, I thought this was going to be like some kind of kawaii future bass kind of song, and then
Some sort
the
of
equivalent
weird...
of the Lalafell Lonely Island kicks in.
It's some sort of weird, I think, rap combined with nursery rhyme, I believe is the explanation, the description I've heard. But the creatures that she summons for her ad phase and such are also like odd creatures that could absolutely originate from a nursery rhyme.
Girl, oh god, no, don't quote me. That's FF9 references.
Oh yeah.
I want to say, like, they're iconic FF9 creatures. Yeah, it's. I mean, I associate this fight with chaos. I associate this theme with chaos, and it's a good fit for that.
Absolutely.
I remember liking this one more than I think I do listening back to it now. I don't know if it's just because I've now just listened to a bunch of other songs right before it that made me go, oh,
Oh, relatively speaking, it's.
I don't know if I like this one.
It's hard not to just hear it as a bunch of noise, unfortunately.
Yeah, you really have to focus up to actually hear what they're saying. And the only reason why I know the lyrics I do know, is because I looked it up.
I'm so happy that they're singing about the Black Death. It's great.
Oh boy, yeah, it's something that requires some importance. Where the current songs are placed, I would probably say that Sugar Riots are around C. That's where I would put it. Because I don't think it's better than Dancing Green's theme. But I like it, and I would probably set either put Sugar Riot on B, but after Dancing Green, or I would put it in high C. That's my opinion.
I really like Sugar Riot's motif, the whole I like that, and especially when everything drops out and it's just the bass and the what sounds almost like a glockenspiel playing it on top of it. I love that bit. But yeah, a lot of it does, it's hit the nail on the head. A lot of it is just kind of noise. It's rap, but I can't make out most of what they're saying at any point in time. I think I'm with you that for me, I still like it for being stylistically more interesting, I think, than some of the other lower ones that we've rated. I'd probably put it behind the Frog. Would I put it in C? I think I put it bottom of B. I still think it's interesting, but I don't know.
What do you think?
I'd be split between the top of C and bottom of B, if I'm honest. It could go anywhere in that kind of region, so I'm down to whatever you decide.
I'll put it there. And
we'll leave it there for now.
Yeah. Then we get the revisit from the Brood Bomber with the Brood Abominator on M7N.
So this is Hector again.
Yes.
So now he's a giant,
such an
horrible.
amazingly
oh my God.
good name. And
Was
yet
it
now
Motorhead?
he's merged with like a bunch of creatures. It's a bit difficult to explain, but the plants feature.
He's a Cronenberg monster.
Yes. And technically, this is also something that should be considered a life or death situation. Technically, it's almost more like a Hail Mary situation, because the understanding at that very moment is that merging with multiple creatures means that you will die. So this is like his final hurrah. And they have bleep swears in it. I just saw a message here. Missile saying, Hector whenever mechanics are mentioned in Savage. Do not cite the text to me. I was there when they were written.
Oh, I do like this part. That's pretty cool.
Very much. I remember something that came up a lot because my team progged on this fight for quite a while, that I understand that a lot of people felt that this theme was a little too strong. It became a little it became too much too fast. That doesn't mean that it's bad, but it can cause problems for a boss fight that you might have to listen to for hours, unless you mute it.
Never. This theme is pineapple on a pizza. It is very love it or hate it. I fall in the love it camp. I think this is great. I think this is so unique and fresh when it comes to Final Fantasy XIV music. I'm not even a big fan of sort of sort of the borderline screamo that they go with in this, and yet, oh, sorry, hold on a minute. Especially because it takes the same theme from Fruit Bomber, and just this is so much more intense. I really enjoyed this, and I didn't mind listening to this for like 30 hours of prog on this. Also, I can tell how some people might think that points it a bit much.
The reason why I know is because when I'm raiding Savage and streaming, I just have the music from the game going, and after, say, 2 or 3 hours of proccing on Fruit Abominator, sometimes I get comments going, so are you tired of the music yet? And I'm pretty sure I heard that the most for Fruit Abominator of all bosses.
Yeah.
So I know that there are definitely some level of an opinion going, oh, it's a little bit much.
I can understand where they're coming from.
Yeah. Very powerful.
Like, this is, I don't know why it's giving like some of the Alexander raid music for me, but
yeah, no, I can see that. This matches up and tonally is pretty similar to Rise.
Yeah, I was
the
thinking Rise
12 theme.
Yeah.
But I don't think I like it as much as theirs. It's almost as if it's doing too much.
Yeah, fair enough. I think to myself, I like this one, and yet Rise is on my playlist for gotta listen to that regularly, and this doesn't quite cut that there.
I don't know where I would put this. That's the problem.
This is the hardest one for me. For me, this is still. I think this would be B tier. I like it. I don't want to put it A tier just because. Yeah, there are basically the entirety of Heavyweight goes so hard.
Oh yeah.
Few songs there I don't think are incredible, and you'll end up with nothing but A tier. I think that I'd put this very similar to Sugar Riot. It's another one where there are elements of it that I love. There are elements of it I'm not as big of a fan of, but it's still really interesting to me, and I'd prefer it over any of what we've got in C or D.
I could agree with that.
Yeah, this is the best B I've heard, I think, out of the other ones that are there. If you're going to put it at B.
Above
Put it
green?
just above Dancing Green?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, the best part is sitting there talking about tactics for several minutes with this. the most calm discussion with this. Now,
God.
Next up we have Howling Blade. Who is Wicked Thunder's boyfriend and has merged with Fenrir, you know, the wolf from Snowcloak, except for some reason this gives him like a robot suit and earth and primarily earth, but also wind magic and a laser sword. He looks like a Gundam. And I believe it's also a fight that is known for being insanely fast compared to a lot of like precedents in the game.
Yeah, this is the fight that starts off and it's already feeling quite quick, and then he goes, "Cool, what if we did everything faster? Deal with it."
Yeah. I specifically remember that my raid team had the opinion that one of the mechanics were pretty reasonable to understand. The problem was that they were actually really precise, and then there was the speed to it that made it very hard. And I mean, we brought for the rest of the raids here on this fight.
This is Jason Charles Miller doing the vocals as well, who people will know from the Shadowbringers theme, To the Edge, Flows in the Distance, the Ultima Thule theme, but the vocal version, who is kind of just incredible. He's like an amazing, like world-class vocalist. And I think he elevates every song that he's in.
Nope. Have we already hit the loop?
Possibly. And with that said, I would rather listen to all of those other Jason Charles Miller songs than this one.
Yeah.
This one's a little bit disappointing when it comes when you compare, especially when you Give It All was the final raid theme for the first tier. This is the final raid theme for the second tier. I don't think it's even close between the two of them. Give It All is so much more impactful.
Yeah, I could see that. I think it's a really good meme song that it spawned the "When I Climbed" meme. But that doesn't necessarily make for a good song. I think it's good, but I agree that maybe not S.
I will say, I will say I probably wouldn't be listening to this outside of the context of the raid.
I say I never caught the "When I Climbed" it. The only bit lyrically that I caught, and I have misheard this, is there's the bit that throughout all of Savage Prague, I couldn't help but focus in. It's the bit where it goes da na 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 da da. You are amazing, and I'm well aware that they're not the lyrics anymore. But I like to think that was a nice little positive build-up for me.
Thanks.
Nice.
Nice.
You know what I am. Thank you.
I can't do this. Gets run over by another mechanic. Just...
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
You're right. I am amazing.
Splat.
So the commenters mentioned that the loop is much later, which I thought, but also the verses really do sound very, very similar. The chorus does.
Yeah.
We'll know it's looped
I
when we
see
start
it too,
hearing them
that
tell
the
it for
loop is much
amazing.
further. I'm guessing that because Ostakia says again, I'm guessing that it was the same for Brute Abominator. I will say that we don't have to hear every verse to be able to give a decent judgment. Especially not when we're not listening closely enough to catch all of the lyrics. So, as far as we're concerned, to some degree, it ends up sounding like...
Here's the loop. You are amazing.
And then, I mean, he's gonna say that again on the next verse. But, yeah.
Yeah, I assure you I've listened to this one hundreds of times thanks to Death Prague, but it just doesn't do as much to me for as a lot of these songs. Still good. For me, this is probably like a C.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fair.
Honestly, I would much rather listen to the first song that we listened to today than this song.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like this one would lend itself well to like a fully instrumental orchestral version, like a Phase 2 or something.
Well. Nice. I could go for C. Are we between the two ladies here? Or are we? Mia said below Black Cat, I believe.
I'd put it below Black Cat, but I'd put it above the B.
Yeah. Right. So, Phase 2, he of course sucks in more Fenrir energy. I don't know how that works, but sure. And then grows gigantic with a bigger beam sword. And
Nobody knows the mysteries of pup play.
And this is of course also matched to the battle because there is no checkpoint. So there can be points in the song that are matched to a mechanic and things like that. But not in the way that Dancing Green does it. No one can do it like Dancing Green.
Honestly, this makes it so much more hype.
Yeah.
This Unleashed walks so that Peerless can run. This version is like what the song was always meant to be.
Yeah.
It's giving My Hero Academia.
Yeah. Yeah. A little bit of You Say Run.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I could hear that. And something that is perhaps worth mentioning about these themes when we're talking, like, I guess, quote-unquote lore connection, is that all of the Savage fights in Arcadion are a comic artist embellishing it for his comic. So, like, in terms of, like, the Arcadion story itself, this doesn't happen. But the fight with Howling Blade is you basically knowing something that he doesn't, and wanting him to stop in the Arcadion. And you basically go, okay, so if I win, you quit. And phase 2 is, of course, him going, no, actually, I don't want to lose under any circumstances. I have to win. We're fighting Howling Blade, the anime version. Yeah, I guess.
Let's build up here.
Yeah. So because of that, it gets a little extra insane, right?
Is that where the loop is?
I
For the build up?
No, this is. I don't think this is actually the loop yet. It keeps building on itself actually through most of it. Very
There's also the
similar to
little detail that that technically his Hardened Rage is him having completely deleted the arena. It's a really long one. I can't remember if it goes 2 whole minutes.
Oh, the slowly breaking apart every inch of the stadium so there's nowhere left to stand.
Yeah.
It's a very, very memorable sequence. And with the music behind it, it just feels epic. I guess, for me, this is clearly one of the better songs here. It's a huge upgrade over the first one. For me, the big argument I always have is, do I prefer this to the M4S Phase 2 music, Risky Bet? Because it's, whereas Risky Bet was arguably not as good as Give It All, this is such a huge upgrade over the original.
I think that this one is better than a Risky Bet.
Yeah, personally, that's always been my thought. Just barely. They are very, very similar songs.
Yeah.
But this one feels fresher because it took something that kind of and elevates it massively.
You know.
Mia, thought?
Yeah. Mia.
Yeah. Sorry.
You asked for like we. I think we're thinking of placing it in between both of Wicked Thunder's themes. How do you feel?
I don't think I like it as much as either of them.
No.
I think it's definitely up there. But I think both the themes that we listened to earlier were slightly better. This is very good though.
That's fair. Do we put this at the bottom of us, or do we actually fill in the A tier for once?
I think it's up to you, Mia.
Oh Lord. You give the decision to the most indecisive person here. Okay. Let's shove it in A for now.
All right, that's fair.
And then with the possibility if something else is truly middling between B and S, that it
put him
moves up to
as an intern on A, and then we'll see.
Yeah.
Real quick here with Mistel here saying, I think someone asked this in your proc fight on him, but why didn't he just blast you when he got fed up with you to begin with? Is he stupid? I feel like there's a lot of bosses where you can ask that, and my best possible explanation for you is that all those Hardened Rages that they do, that's because they hit LB3.
Nice. What about all the ones back when they were creative with their enrages, where they're just like, hey, what if I did this mechanic, but in a way where you couldn't solve it? I'm thinking like back in the Eden tier, where you got like Ramu does this giant charge attack and leaves a bunch of poles, and because he charges, you can break a bunch of the poles to make a safe spot. And then he's just like, what if I did again? But
the final version of it is actually like he does a raid wide where you need a stack of a buff, or it's lethal. The last time he does it, he has not preceded it with a mechanic that put down orbs for you to pick up.
Yeah.
But for some reason, he chooses to charge it up for like 20 seconds instead of 5 at that one, just to make it extra theatrical.
Fun.
My
Or like,
favorite of those is E6, where where Melon Man, like early in the fight, does a 270-degree cleave in front of him with a huge sword. At the very end, the hard enrage is him going, "Wait, I could just do this from the edge of the arena."
Yes.
And then you can't hide behind me. Genius.
Guys, get behind. Get behind. Ignore the giant wall of death.
Yeah. Anyway, coming up next, we have Vamp Fatale.
We're starting heavyweight here now.
Yes. Vamp Fatale is an Ellison combined with bats, and she has BDSM vibes.
Oh.
Yeah. She's draining the audience
Of their ether.
An ether vampire. Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, that took a turn. There's something very Marie Calliope about this.
Yeah. You know, Iron Mouse covered this. You know, speaking of VTubers.
Another one that fits well with the theme of the fight itself is she basically spends the entire fight torturing you with different like saw blades and other torturing instruments.
Yeah. And she does, in fact, add to what she's asking for in the song. So. And, you know, there's a lot of these that when you listen closer, turns out they're like a full song with 2 verses and a chorus.
Yeah.
Crazy. There was some people mentioning in the chat that she does have a little bit of a relation with Honeybee Lovely in that she has some references to Honeybee Lovely's song, in a way.
It's got some clever lyrics in there mixed in with what is just a really cool tune.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, this is a tricky one because it's another one where I have to separate the fight from the music because I'm not a huge fan of either the normal or the savage mode of this fight. I find them kind of all right, but I think this tune is just a jam. Like this is a great tune. I have to throw it in there as well. I forced my wife to listen to all of the songs from the Arcadian tier because I loved the music that much. This was her favorite by far.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Oh, sorry. I said I forced my wife to listen to all of the music from the Arcadian tier because I love the song so much, and of all of them, this was her favorite.
Oh, well. Yeah. I see that. Absolutely. There are definitely some of the songs that feel more like they could go undercover in like in a radio and just be like our song, and no one would be the wiser. And then other ones are like, this is definitely game music. Hello? We get the split. Go ahead.
I'm feeling like I'm not sure how y'all are feeling about it. It's not quite peak for me.
No.
Like, I definitely feel like it sits at like a high A, if I'm honest.
Yeah, this would be an A tier for me. I don't think I'd rate it as high as either of the Phase 2 theme, but it's still very good.
I think we might be bumping that other theme back up to S.
Let's revisit it.
The
How about we
internship
revisit
might be
it?
over.
We could wait a little bit, but note it.
Yeah.
We'll put it there, and then we'll see if the A list goes really gets filled up. Then that probably is where we go. So next up we have the extremes, which are two surfer dudes.
Let's do this together, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Saw, dude.
They don't fight alone either, so it's only fair.
Yeah. Some 14. I have been asked multiple times on stream if I would do a cover of this. I've not been asked on any other song. I don't understand why.
You know, I never thought I'd hear the combination of like a love child of Weird Al Yankovic and Bo Burnham, but I think this is what it would sound like.
Yeah. We take Bo Burnham, Weird Al, and go, can you make a song that sounds a little bit like a Blink 182 or Sum 41? Also, it's surfers. Like, I kind of hear what you mean with Bo Burnham and Weird Al with like the voice. A little bit.
I had a static member point out that the post-chorus bit with the guitar is eerily similar to American Idiot from Green Day, to the point where every time I hear it, I go na 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 na. I want to be a, and I can't hear it now.
There's a specific lyric here somewhere that just sounds like I'm hearing that part of the Bo Burnham song, which is like, I put the bag in the microwave.
But it is very, very, very bromance. I would definitely probably rank this one higher just because, I own Blink-182 and Sum 41 albums. And Weird Al albums. Because I'm old. Or something.
As somebody who was obsessed with like the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater games growing up, this is 100% my vibe. This song.
Oh, yes, that's also true.
I could listen to this one on repeat for an hour.
I have a, let's see, we have a Brewski says, the inflection on the R in mirror is what got a friend who listens to this sort of music to say, they did their homework. That's true. That is true. But I believe that was the loop.
Yeah.
I mean, I would put this in S. I would probably put it below the Wicked Thunder themes. But I will, however, also say that I have probably heard this song more than the Wicked Thunder themes.
I'm right there with you and putting it either somewhere in S or top of A. Don't wanna be an American idiot. Sorry.
So I'm going to be showing my bias here
Go ahead.
by saying that I know the bands that this is trying to like ape in terms of like
Yeah.
the sound,
Yeah.
and I hate all of them. I'm like, not a fan.
Okay.
Oh, Mia, no.
I mean, this is better
Oh.
than a lot of what we've heard today, though. So I'd probably put it in a higher A.
Mia, you're
Yeah,
on a hot
I
streak.
think we
What we
can
take
meet
so
there.
far was
I think we can meet on high A.
top of A. I'd still put. Oh, would I put the?
Now the question is,
Ooh.
now I think if we're going there, I think we have to now ask whether Peerless is graduating to S or not.
I would bump Peerless up to S, and I would put this at the top of A. I think Peerless is looking sad there at A. It's such a good tune.
What do you think about that, Mia?
What? Say that again. Sorry.
We bump the intern up to S, and then Extreme tier can be on A.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think the intern. I think there's a little bit of a gap between the intern and this track, personally.
Yeah. Next up, we're standing here and we have the Tyrant, which is he is actually the champion of the Arcadian. You have to beat him to be the ultimate. And well, he is the king. And
live the king.
the whole song focuses on that. Apparently, it's a lot more contentious than I thought.
It's a slow burner of a song, and I think there's a lot of people that will associate this chunk of a song with Weapons Frog, so maybe aren't as big of a fan of it. The Savage version of this fight, Mia, has a mechanic that is like literally just like do clock spots, now do out, now do light party, but it does it over and over again and fast and keep mixing up the order, and it is so stressful and frustrating to die to this most basic thing over and over again because of how fast it is.
Not gonna
don't
lie,
get-
it's giving like 90s era kids live action TV show, like Power Rangers or something.
This song is hard carried by its chorus. Like the chorus goes so hard. Its build up over the song is great, but then chorus makes sense.
And all I'm thinking about is his quotes. Show me your footwork.
He has never tasted defeat.
He has never tasted defeat. Or defeat.
There is much more come.
He's
Sorry,
not a
much
fan
more
of
to
culture.
come. Much more to come. Sorry. I got my call up confused.
Oops.
From right here.
Well, Call that a tyrant Freudian slip.
Okay.
It's not. It might be a full loop, or it might be a similar to loop, but that's basically the song.
Yeah.
Okay, well, where are you both thinking for this? Like, what are you...
Personally, like I totally get it, but for me it was like kind of mid. For me, and again, mid of this tier list of bangers, right? So for me it was like I liked the mirror a lot better. Can we go back to that? I liked it better when it was the Server Bros. But
I think...
Go ahead.
No, go on. Finish your thoughts. Sorry.
I wasn't particularly impacted by the weapons prog, partly because my raid team has always had a little bit of trouble with consistency, so I'm used to sometimes having to see the first few mechanics a bunch of times, so that didn't really phase me. So I don't think that has impacted. The funny thing is that the point where we've been impacted by a long prog session is that most of our raid team, ultimately, when we reviewed after the second tier, most of us, I believe, ranked phase 1 of Howling Blade as really not an enjoyable fight.
Yeah.
But that didn't affect the music. But I would probably put this like somewhere in the middle, somewhere around B.
So I've always I had it in the back of my head for a while that this was not one of the better songs. I think because it came out in Heavyweight. I mean, you can see already we have put the first 2 songs from Heavyweight into A tier.
Yeah,
we have
exactly.
2 more songs after this that are definitely some of the better tunes in the entire series. That I think this kind of faded within it. The more I've listened to it, though, the more that I recognize that there's bits of it that just I think go so hard. And the fact that the song is kind of dull to start, but the entire thing is a crescendo. It's slowly building. It's getting more intense. And then in the fight itself, it hits that high part right as you're doing the intense mechanics. It feels great every time. I would be fighting for this one to be A tier as well. It's for me, it's an A. It is a big step up, even over the Hector theme in M7S, even over Overbrood and Abominator.
What do you think, Mia?
I think it's kind of mid. I'm not gonna lie. I probably wouldn't go out of my way to listen to this outside of playing the game. It's a little bit weaker than some of the other songs that we've heard tonight. So I'd maybe put it in B, but like I think I actually prefer Black Cat to this, which is the crazy thing.
I would probably say there that if Hector is like leaning A and you're leaning C, then we're probably looking at what makes more sense, probably somewhere in B. I could.
I mean, what about you? What do you think?
I feel like it is mid. Personally, I think that maybe above Brood Abominator is where I would put it. And you know, again, mid relative to all of this, right? But if Hector is leaning like high A and you're leaning like middle C, then I mean, that kind of squishes in on the B, or someone has to like go, yeah, you know what, you're right.
I mean, I could see this. You know what? If, from a different point of view, I could see this at like the top of B. I don't think it's up there with the with the VTuber theme, but
sorry, for me, it's the lyrics as they hit. It's one of the few ones where I actually know parts of the words outside of "Long Live the King," obviously. But the fact that the music drops out and he goes, "Shut up and know your place," and then the music drops, like every time that gets good.
Oh, yeah, that's also like, as like, the funny thing is that I had expected that this was gonna be one that I like put it on, and then like chat goes, oh yeah, this is it. But the first thing I see in the chat is like 3 or 4 people going, oh yeah, this is the one I mute. I'm like, what?
What? Oh, that is. Oh, I'm sorry, chat.
So, like,
Everybody's opinions are valid, but your opinions are bad, and you should feel bad. Oh my god.
So as I said, my surprise is that like I think it's like so in this lineup, but I'm surprised that it is so like apparently hit or miss. But I have also mainly heard from people going, "Oh yeah, it's awesome," and I was like, "Really? Is it that good?"
Where did you? Where did Hector? Where did you say your position was on this?
I would have put it in A. I could slide it down to B, but it would be I would fight hard to say top of B. I still prefer this to Brute Abominator, and definitely more than either the Frog or Lala.
Okay, I mean, if you were pulling my legs, like if it is, some people love it simply. It's the Marmite of songs apparently. So.
I would have thought I could have seen I would have thought Lala theme. So the little weird rap one would be sort of lover hate, Brute Abominator lover hate. Oh man, I am so surprised to hear people are not into this one. All right, where are we putting that final spot?
I understand this is where we're talking.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, and I don't mind B being a little bit. We're making a nice little normal distribution.
Ah, yes,
Yeah.
very scientific indeed.
I don't know, there's nothing like grabbing. This is gonna sound weird. There's nothing like grabbing onto my heart and like pulling on it. You know what I mean? Like other songs.
Maybe you just need to listen to it for another 12 hours.
Maybe.
You just need to do Savage Prog, then you'll get it.
That sounds less like love and more like Stockholm Syndrome at this point.
So, the next one is is Everything Burns. From that was with Tom Morello, and I have learned that one is apparently also a little bit contentious.
Never had a choice, never let the ops win. Calm them nerves, got the whole world watching. Ready, set,
Apparently people just can't agree on these things.
only one option. Light it up.
Oh. Okay, I like this one.
Heart is pounding out my chest, the blood boils inside of me. Looking at the walls around.
Oh my god, it's K-pop.
I think what's it gonna be? Never had a
Well, I mean, everyone in the song are Western.
got the whole world watching. Ready, set, go, and there ain't no stopping. Got one option. Light it up. Everything burns. Light it up, let's go. Light it up, let's go. Everything burns. Light it up, let's go. Light it up, let's go. I'm on fire, burning brighter than anyone alive. I'm way too hot to touch, so just remember if you try. Everything burns. Everything burns.
Everything burns!
Bones are shaking out my skin.
He was saying
Tell you what, you
burn.
change the lyrics to Korean and it's just a K-pop song.
So just catch me if you can. Never had a choice.
There is something here that this song is like lore-wise, mechanically, everything is there is no match with the boss. The boss doesn't even use fire.
Oh no, they said, hey Tom, can you make us a really awesome song? You whipped one together, and they said, cool. Apparently you're fighting a giant dragon whose arms explode.
Yeah, I think the best explanation I could come up with this is that technically, after the Tyrant, you're the champion. So this is your theme in the Arcadion. That's the best explanation I've heard to make it make sense. And there I think it starts to work.
I can't believe this is controversial. This is
Yeah,
Probably my
I have
favorite
just
song
heard
I've heard
some
tonight.
people be like, "Oh, I hate this song," and I think it's actually one of those cases where it's so good that the people that are like, "Oh, I hate it," is because it's inescapable.
I think that so much of the controversy of this only comes down to the fact that it thematically just doesn't fit the fight. Separate it from the fight, and this is one of the best. Sorry,
Yeah, this is a
the
bomb.
best songs I've ever done. Like, I love.
Oh yeah,
tune.
and conveniently, I had a short kind of go viral the other day about this song.
This feels like the kind of song that. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, sorry.
I was just gonna say this feels like the kind of song that would play at the end of a like a Resident Evil movie from back in the 2000s or something. Just over the credits.
Yeah. This is I've been a huge fan of Tom Morello for ages. I love Rage Against the Machine. I love Audio Slave. For like Guitar Hero 3 back on the Wii, I was rocking the Arm the Homeless guitar from him. And so to hear that he was involved with the Final Fantasy 14 song was incredible, and it's different. I mean, it is so good. I really do think that the only knock against it at all is that it is a better song than it is a battle theme. I don't think. Like for me, I'm happy that when I'm doing 10 hours or so of M12S for phase 1, that I get to hear it over and over again because it's good enough to be able to hear it, but I don't think it fits the fight as well. Personally, I don't care about that.
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's the benefit that this whole time, for the most part, our judgment of a song has only at most mildly influenced our opinion of the song. The fight itself is like, oh, well, if it matches, then sure, that's maybe a point up, but I mean, if the song's good.
Listen, having no context for any of these songs, this is the top of S for me.
I would agree, yeah.
I'm happy to put Everything Burns up there. I think I personally will be biased towards Give It All just because it fits the fight and the theme of like the fight better. But this is like a genuinely great song.
This is a good song.
Can't knock Everything Burns.
Everything burns! Everything worms! Right. So, right at the big part, we switch over to phase 2, which is basically a mega mix of all of the themes. Mistle says, I one day hope that this Everything Burns gets played on the radio. I have heard that Everything Burns has been played on the radio, on like a rock radio. So, done.
This is what's currently playing in my home in Final Fantasy. So anytime I'm going to the house, I hear
It's
this.
pretty high.
There is like... It's a little hard to hear with some of them, but every theme that we've been listening to is somewhere here. I can't remember if Risky Bet and
Here's
Fearless
Unleash.
is in it.
Yeah. Well, their remix is on it. So this is Unleash, the M8S theme here.
And of course, Peerless builds on that, so in a way.
Just throw all the
Honeybee.
motifs in
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, Honeybee Lovely. For me, the M6, like I don't love M6, but the M6 theme hits so hard on this right here.
But you also said
And
that this was the part you liked the most about that theme, right, Hector?
Yes, I prefer it in
That
this.
makes sense.
And I gotta think that like the first time you hear this after going through the entire raid series, just like,
Oh, yeah.
this hits, right?
Yes, I mean, it genuinely, it's such a culmination. I get emotional hearing it. M10, the mirror.
It's also giving like You Say Run.
Yes! Yes, it does. We just recently reached this part in my raid team's prog, so We had that
You are
experience of we finally made it recently.
You getting ready for idyllic?
Oh yeah, we have started with the simulations.
Nice.
We're dealing with Rep 2 right now.
Rep 2 is fun.
I was
will,
disappointed that we couldn't find a simulator for that.
Hey, become muscle memory soon.
Oh, but thank you for
Give it all.
the specific Banana Codex guide for that.
Oh, careful! Don't tell anybody I made that. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's the best one. Something worth noting about this phase 2 is that this one does have a checkpoint, so the song is, unlike Peerless and Risky Bet, is not like beholden to match up with mechanics or anything. Don't they use this in the final? I think they feature it in the final cutscene for the normal raid.
Yeah, you hear it in that final cutscene, and immediately, as soon as you hear it, you're like, "Oh, this is way too good. This must be the Savage theme."
Yeah. The problem is, of course, that they couldn't possibly put Everything Burns in phase 2. Could you imagine if they did that?
I love the medley aspect of this. How well they mix in. I think there's a lot of themes that I find best in this. I find Brute Bomber's theme I enjoy most in this. I find Sugar Riot's theme I enjoy most in this. I think this is up there with Peerless as my favorite version of the M8S theme in here.
The treasure box here says, this kind of just feels like background music to me, not really something that's main attraction music. I might be alone in that. It kind of misses the mark for phase 2 of the fight. I don't know. I can understand that. I can see that it feels more like, it feels like background music, but I can see that. I can kind of see that. It feels like, if we're gonna put it like that, it feels like the hypest environmental music I've ever heard.
I think context-wise with this is a phase 2 Savage theme. Most for the final fight of the entire expansion. The majority of people that will be doing this are going to be people that will have done all of the other fights across this tier, and because they did them Savage, they probably did them for hours. They've listened to all the other songs for hours, so it's not like there's that one bit that really sticks out in your head. They all do. They all like give you memories of that fight that you did. I think it's another one that's really hard for me to separate from the fight itself because it's linked to my whole experience with the Arcadian Savage tier, which was just amazing.
Definitely.
Yeah, I agree with is that Brewski's comments about the completely different stylistic versions of each of the themes that we get, and then to put them all into something like this and to have them not turn into a horrendous mess is really impressive.
Yeah. I do think that there are definitely some of the motifs where I'm like, really? Is that one? But I think I've just not been listening closely enough. But there are definitely parts where like I pull up a list, or like that, as Brewski mentioned, there's a video highlighting whose turn it is, and I'm like, oh yeah, I guess that is that one song. And it's also funny because there's some of them that get much less time than others, but it would have been impossible to give everyone equal amounts of time anyway. I'm assuming that this one is somewhere in S tier.
I'm curious just because I will be biased because I link it to the fights. Mia, as somebody who's not obviously got the same emotional connection to all these songs, having just heard them, how do you feel about this one?
I think this is pretty hype. I'm definitely thinking it's up there. Like, just from song construction by itself, it's really cool, especially going through all the different like themes. I'm trying to decide whether I like this more or less than Everything Burns.
That's a tough
So I
call.
Yeah, because I feel like I like this more than all the other songs. But I just don't know about Everything Burns.
I personally prefer Everything Burns over this one. That's my opinion. I think Everything Burns sits at the top.
I think you're right that Everything Burns is probably the better song. I might feel personally more of a connection to this, but Everything Burns is so good.
This is also the we lost Hector. Oh, he was turning into Dark Hector. He turned into Dark.
Yeah,
Hector.
no, I looked at my camera finally and went, wait a minute, I am sat in the dark. The sun is fading quickly in this part of the continent.
This is also. I have sometimes talked about with my audience that I came to 14 specifically to have a more chill experience. I was like a somewhat hardcore WoW raider before, so it's actually a weirdly random situation that I'm savage raiding at all, but this is the first time that I've actually sat through a full savage raid a full savage raid of an expansion in 14. So the fact that the final boss is like has a big medley of everything is just extra to that is like, oh yeah, that was actually the start of the whole journey. In that.
Yeah, this really exemplifies what I think Final Fantasy XIV does so well with its endgame content. Is it's not just about trying to put something together that's mechanically going to be fun or unique or interesting to do on re-clears. It is the event. The bosses have so much story behind them. A lot of them have so much aura when they come out, and then consistently Soken just puts out these insane tunes that I don't think I would be anywhere near as into the raid scene if it weren't for the songs. The music just makes it.
Yeah, when I came into 14, I was used to putting on your own music because it's just all ambience. Or at least it was. Oh my wow. So it's like, my first experience of that was landing an A1N. I'm going, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So, in terms of what are you both thinking for this, in terms of placement?
I'd put it S tier. I'd put it just below Everything Burns. I think is what I'd do. I think I'd still care about this more than Give It All. I think this is my favorite version of it all.
I agree with that. What do you feel, Mia?
Honestly, I'd say about the same. I mean, I think like this is a great song. This is a fantastic song. It's probably one of the best songs that we've heard tonight. But I do think Everything Burns is just all round like a better self-contained song that I could listen to whenever. Right? I feel like this needs the context of being associated with raids, whereas Everything Burns just hits.
Have you seen? I understand you know, since you hadn't heard Everything Burns before. The first time we heard Everything Burns was in the reveal trailer for the 7.4 patch, and wow! You should check that one out. Like that, you know, it's.
Oh, I will.
There's like, you know, there's MSQ bits. So, but the moment they go, like, you know, they're showing everything that is in a patch. That's how it works. They hit the new raid tier. There it is. Basically, mini AMB with Everything Burns, just like that.
Yo, okay, I'll have to check that out.
It's fantastic. We did it. I think it was a good call to skip the job tier list because
that would have taken forever.
Let's see here. It took us 1 hour to judge all of the Scions, and it took us nearly 2 to judge just these themes.
I really like the songs. It's hard to not just talk
Oh,
about
yes.
the rages. And like, I mean, it when you look at our tier list and you think about it, when the last tier of this expansion, Heavyweight, everything is B tier or higher, mostly A and S, because like they just like knocked it out of the park this last expansion.
I would also add, when I've thought of playing a different MMO, one of the big things that are like, oh man, is like, well, it doesn't have music though. It's missing the music, because that's where we have it when 14.
I will say, how do you...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, how do you feel about the placement of everything on this tier list from your...
I think that the fact that we actually managed to place something in every slot at least bears credence to the fact that we're at least not entirely biased. At least not entirely gonna go, well, that one's great, S tier. Oh, that one's great too. S tier.
That's why you have me here, the moderator. This was great,
I see. Mistle has noticed your shirt, Hector. What
Yeah,
does that
just
say?
Shout out to, so this is a big shout out to Mara from Where the F Do I Go? If you're not aware of this website,
Mara, basically, if rather than watch like a full guide, if you just need to know where do I stand for each of the different strats variations that are going around, Mara's the goat. Has just such a clean, easy to find website to be able to figure out what you're doing when you're doing Savage Raid. So Mara from there sent this sheet. The shirt.
Hector and
Hector
JP
and Brain Dead and Uptime shirts. Huge fan of it. So thank you. Thank you to
that
them.
is WTF dig.
That's very cool.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. And my team basically relies almost entirely on your guides as well, Hector, to figure out things. No joke.
Glad I could help. Hopefully, I've not done. I guess if you're doing it in static,
we don't blame you. We did the Kindred uptime on M7S, the whole tier, because we decided that made more sense because it taught us better how to deal with phase 3.
Yeah.
And then for the rest of the raid tier, we were unable to switch to an easier strat. But hey, we wouldn't have known that it was an option, and we didn't blame you. We just got good.
That's unfortunately the struggle I run into when I'm putting out guides like that in the first or second week, where Kindred Uptime still existed. People were doing it in Party Finder. If I don't say, by the way, you can do this, people will shout at me.
Then someone will be mad. Yeah.
Yeah, which is.
I mean, you can never win. You just have to take it in stride. When Pictomancer's hammer motif got nerfed to the ground, I had just 1 week prior put out a video jokingly suggesting that they changed it so the motifs were bad, and there were comments blaming me.
Good God.
So you just have to say, well, some people are gonna be like that, and then just focus on the nice ones. That is all you really can do.
Yep.
Yeah. But I could absolutely imagine you'd get that. Oh man, it's often I hear those like, he put the wrong strat, so everything is bad. Like, bro.
Yeah.
And I'm sure. Sorry, go on.
No, I mean, it is what it is. There's always going to be. I spend a lot more time these days trying to see what the community's doing, trying to look at and have to make a judgment call of, are they doing that because they like that, or are they doing that because it's week 1 and they haven't figured out it's bad yet? And trying to put something out that will kind of not upset everyone. It doesn't help that I live in EU, but most people assumed I was American and NA, and so walked me from NA, and so I'm caught between 2 regions that do whatever the heck they want. You go with it.
I also
you can only do
have
the best
people
you can.
say, what's your EU? And then they're like, what? You're on Chaos?
Oh. Bring rating back to Chaos.
Yeah. It's funny, I basically do stuff on Chaos whenever I can, so sometimes there's a slight jump in people doing content.
Anyone
no,
ever
no.
puts a PF up on Chaos or anything, if I see
Good luck.
it is there and it is extreme or savage, I will join your party, like, instantly. That is how much I hate having to travel to light to do anything.
So, one of the reasons that I've never done like savage or extreme content is because up until very recently, I've always been on the North American servers, and the ping is awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's further exacerbated by 14 having a bit of a time with latency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The amount of times I've been clear of a an area of effect and still taking the damage is ridiculous.
It's alright. There was, up until a recent patch, there was an entire mechanic in the newest Ultimate fight where people were having to adjust how they did the mechanic based on the fact that some players would have higher and lower ping, and the mechanic didn't work correctly if you were a little bit too high ping or a little bit too low ping.
I
It literally
heard.
just broke.
I heard there was something, I can't remember if it was caloric theory. I know it's not an ultimate, but in P12S that there was something with a mechanic in phase 2 that sometimes straight up just went nope if your latency was too high. And too high was enough to be you're an NA player, but you live further from the NA server. It's rough. Yeah.
How did you? Sorry. Just to, I
ahead.
probably should have asked this at the start. How do you pronounce your name? Is it K or Kai or?
Caetsu Chaiji, but I always say you can
Kai.
just call me Kai.
Kai?
I hope you have not
Awesome.
been
I thought that was
avoiding
the case.
saying my name the whole session
No!
because you're like, how do I
Why
broach
would I
this
avoid
topic?
saying your name. Yeah, but you're gonna have the VOD up of all the tier lists up on your channel, right? Is that-
Yes, if
Is that what you
there's
said?
something weird with it, it would be that like I'm pretty sure there is no problem with the Arcadian themes, but sometimes there's like some sort of auto claim. I don't think you should notice anything on YouTube. It might just be me having to deal with it. But sometimes when a song specific songs play for too long uninterrupted by chatter, there is like an auto claim trying to go, well, we won't have because we played it in orchestra this one time.
Yeah.
That is
makes
why
sense.
I
like Square
mute,
Enix songs are the worst.
that is why I mute Torn from the Heavens and the Gold Saucer theme, because I don't want to deal with that. I just it's so annoying to make the counterclaim. But it should be there. It should be. It will be attached to a stream called Daily Roulettes. Then X and Miabyte tier list collab. So your names will be in it.
Well, there you go, chat. If you have any problem with the tier list that we made, you know where to put your comments and complaints.
Yeah. Also, the YouTube side of things has had a pinned comment from my Elfbot moderator friend, linking to everyone. So it's not like you've just been ghosts that couldn't be reached from over there. Although I have a feeling most people know at least who Hector is. At least in my audience. It would be a shock if they didn't. But yeah, you know, let me just close this, and then just get the.
Oh.
Sorry,
The
it's a
hype
little.
is gone.
It's a little high. It's a little too hype.
I
so
could have gone
just
like 2 hours of that.
just to get a little look at what we did for anyone who came in late. We started with ranking the Scions, and yeah, so we decided to just take it from the bottom, actually, that Minfilia is so bad that she couldn't even go on the tier list. Because all people remember her for is bringing you back to the Waking Sands all the time. Urianger has a lot of things happening off screen, which means that he often gets to be a little bit boring on screen, I think was a large part of it. And then he's also the double agent. And Alphino I believe a major component to that is that if you don't view his growth from A Realm Reborn to Heavensward as a huge thing, if you don't put much credit to that, then he's, you know, the guy that does a lot of politics off screen. Which doesn't make for a very, very exciting character. Kryl got a little bit shafted over and over again by the story. A huge thing that was a drawback, like a pull down for Grahatia, is that he had this effect of you get to Shadowbringers, and then there's the big reveal that it's him, and it's like, unless you really paid attention or really liked him in Crystal Tower, it's basically the who? And Thancred, I have realized as I'm giving the summary here that I'm having difficulty remembering everything, but with Thancred, just often doesn't do, like, he often just doesn't do that much. He comes in when he's needed kind of guy. And then we start to get to Alizé, who has a lot more, I guess the young'uns call it aura. She has a strong presence. And Estinian got a lot of extra points from simply being the perfect stand-in for the guy who skips cutscenes. He also doesn't care.
Don't take away from the fact that Estinian also hot.
He's also hot. Yes, that is also a factor.
The Shadow the Hedgehog of Final Fantasy 14. I think we decided.
Yeah. Yes. And then we have Y'shtola, who also has the big aura thing going, that she has a very felt presence in the places that she is in. Admittedly, that is obviously deliberate. I do believe there has been the cases where she has died. It has caused problems because the fans got mad.
She died and it only made her stronger.
Yes, and then we have Tataru, who is, of course, she's Tataru. That's all we need. She's that powerful. She obviously goes in the S tier.
Lala, therefore top. I think that's factually correct. I don't think anyone could argue with that.
Yeah. And then we had a whole scene of ranking the songs, and the main thing we focused on was, do we like this song? Would we listen to it again? That kind of thing. And both, like, me and Hector has listened to these songs a lot in the context of combat. Mia has not done any of these fights, so this has been like, this is the how do I put it? If we're biased because of the fight, then there's a chance that Mia comes in like, nah. It's not as awesome as you think.
I am the unbiased moderate in the party. Yeah.
Indeed.
So if your bestie is lower than it should be, it's my fault, basically.
But also remembering that even a D tier here is, you know, it's still among great songs. It's the same as when people are like dunking on a specific part of the MSQ. It's like, yeah, but the MSQ is pretty fine. Like, the story is all right. So when, like, there's someone has to be the worst. But I think maybe we should take a little round again and say, Mia, would you like to tell everyone about you again?
Yeah, of course. I'll tell you about myself, but before I get started, it's a good job A Long Fall was not on this list, because it would have gone into its own tier above all the other songs. And just existed in that space. Hi, my name is Mia, otherwise known as Miabyte across the interwebs. I am a variety content creator. I create content for Warframe, Nintendo games, Square Enix games, Final Fantasy 14, Magic the Gathering, do Magic the Gathering gameplay too, including Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering, which was a thing last year. So, yeah, I do all the things. If you want to follow me, you can head to twitch.tv/Miabyte and hang out. Yeah, there's a variety of things. That's me.
Yeah. Would you like to go next, Hector?
Hi, I'm Hector. I make guides and stuff. You can find me in your most recent Party Finder listing, and I don't really do anything other than make guides and occasionally teach science to children near me.
You know, it made perfect sense that you would be a teacher when I saw the guides. I think that's a good thing. Turns out that that's a very important skill when teaching people.
Yeah, experience teaching does help with the whole teaching thing. I think that was honestly one of the biggest draws. Is I like doing savage fights, but I really like explaining savage fights to other people in my static.
And
I don't actually want to do Dancing Mad Ultimate. I just want to tell my static how they're supposed to do it.
You could be the 9th man.
Like, oh my god, one day, big dreams. I was practicing. I was doing the call-outs for Phase 4 of Dancing Mad while the world first groups were doing it.
I was casting it.
Nice.
Yeah, by the way, a crazy crew casting it. Dancing Green was there. I'm not joking. He was there. The voice actor for Dancing Green was in the caster lineup for the race. It's absolutely crazy. Unfortunately, I was not. Unfortunately, could you imagine how hard it would be to co-cast with him?
Oh my god, yeah. Tough act to follow.
Yes. But yeah, then you know, let me just read this. I see Suitul. Thank you for the bits, and says Hector brings amazing guides and even amazinger vibes wherever he goes. There you go, Hector.
Oh, what a lovely comment from what I assume is a very lovely person.
Yes, and that's also what I'm saying is that I think it's great. I think like I look at the positive. I specifically we use your guides because they're good, man. But yeah, for me, I'm Caetsu Chaiji. You can just call me Kai. You may know me from job guides for every job. I make a ton of mentorlet stuff. I make a lot of math stuff. A lot of my regulars call me the math lizard. Sometimes I refer to myself as the small lizard in a big hat. But yeah, I make a ton of stuff, and I have worked as a mentor and as a teacher's assistant at a university. So I also have a little bit of the teacher angle, but not nearly as much as someone who does it full time, I guess. But yeah, fantastic, very awesome. This was longer than I expected, but I hope it was fun for you too as well.
Yeah, it's great fun. It's great fun.
This is nice. I have to say I preferred talking about songs which I'm familiar with and characters who I've heard of before, but
you know, I have a feeling that this could have been very different if a single person was missing from the lineup here, because we couldn't exactly rank the raid fights because Mia hasn't done them. And we couldn't do a too deep of a dive on lore because Hector doesn't know it. I mean, it would be very, very difficult, yeah. I'm sure there's also a topic that Mia and Hector could do where I would be completely lost, but I had the convenience of being the first person to suggest things, so I had a little bit of an opener advantage there. But I do think that ultimately it was Mia's listed suggestions that we ended up doing. But yeah, this is our list.
I tried to strike the balance of things that everybody could have input on, I guess. I wanted to do a race list, which the best race was, but that would have been too controversial.
Considering the fact that Lala's got extra points from Hector just for being Lala's. I mean, I would also give Lala's extra points, but I mean, half of my raid team are also Lala's, so...
Lala S, Ellen A, everything else D. Done. There you go. There's a bonus tier list just for the fans.
I think Lalas and Auras in S, and then everything else can be a F tier.
But yeah, that was also a problem we would have ran into with the job list, is that we would have to start by going, all right, what's your main? Okay, well, you can't vote on those. And what would we base them on? Like, I could probably be a little bit less biased if it was like, well, is it designed well? Like, but then it gets really, really complicated, and that's gonna be a very long conversation. Anyway, should we say that was that?
Yeah.
That sounds good.
This is very fun, but I got some year 10 lessons to teach tomorrow, so I need to start thinking about dinner.
Oh boy. Oh me, oh my.
Okey
Well,
dokey.
in that case, I will sign this stream on my end off. I'm sure Mia has to do the same. But yeah, thank you both so much. That was really fun.
Thanks so much for
Yeah,
having
this
me.
is great. Let's do something. Well, not necessarily tier list, but let's do something again sometime.
Yes. Right.
Defo.
Bye-bye. Let's see how much my
All right.
stream breaks when I disconnect here.
Bye.
It doesn't. Let's see. Clear this. Uh-oh. Clear this. Bam. Well, bam. I also noticed that, like, in the middle of all this chaos, I think I missed Zero Sugar resubbing 3 hours ago. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you so much for that, too. Crazy. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed that too. I think it was fun. A little bit different. But that will also be from me. That was a lot longer than I had anticipated, as you can probably imagine. So, on that note, here we go. I'm just making sure that everything is working correctly. Yes, that looks like it's working correctly. So, if you would like to be part of the Discord community server, how did this collab happen? Well, Jet, you know how there has been collabs previously, like the time we went to the Gold Saucer or when we had the big Windows thing? I can't get into too much detail, but the long story short is that there is like a sort of like content creator Discord, where we try to like find opportunities to collab, and there was a little bit of an idea, and then we went with it. Yeah, randomly we three were the ones that decided we had time and both time and the desire to do something like this. It was a little chaotic, as you can probably see. But yeah, if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link right there in the chat. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. You're usually updated Sunday or Monday. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams and put them out. And grab the reminder roll in the roll assignment room. You'll get a notification when I post a video stream. There's also an extra run around 15 minutes before stream starts. You can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel more directly, you can like over on the YouTube side of things. You can follow. You can subscribe. You can become a member. You can super chat. You can cheer. You can know all of that goodness. And if you don't like any of that, there's also the Ko-Fi link out. I'll post it right there in the chat. It'll also help support me in the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you without having to worry about whether it, goes crazy in the algorithm and stuff, although that would be awesome, right? But on that note, let's see if we can rate somebody. It's later than usual on a day such as this, so I wonder who's available. You know what? Let's check in on Ruzeba. She was here earlier. Let's do that. But on that note, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending where in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.